You are watching the Vodka stream.
What is happening, everybody? Hey, it's Friday. Thank God, right? Let me adjust this. Gotta make myself look taller, you know? What is going on, everybody? We made it through another week. Let's get the drinks flowing. Ah. Okay, there we go. Vodka is flowing, guys. Cheers. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Vodka Stream. Man, a week before the Full Circle event. Crazy. This time next week, well, we're going to be in Pasadena. We're going to be, God knows it's going to be happening, but, we're going to be, at least around this time, we'll probably be already past the Man of Steel Q&A and everything like that. So it's going to be a good time, but I'm not sure. We're still trying to wonder. We're still wondering when the times are going to be when it comes to at least those first 2 days. We know the time for Zack Snyder's Justice League on Sunday, but yeah. Anyways, cheers. I'm rambling. The Giants are losing. Only 1-0 though. It's fine. Maybe they can come back. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna have to owe my friend a bottle. That's what's gonna happen. First comment. What's going on, Captain Biggins? What's going on, Andrew? Good to see you. Galactic Fearsome. How you doing? We got Mind of Inception here. We got Travis. What's going on, Mr. Vincent from Las Vegas? I'm ready for my work on AFSP. Okay. Oh yeah, there's an AFSP walk tomorrow. That's great. So that's happening in Vegas. That's cool. Glad that's happening. I went on one of those a few years back. Should do that again. Definitely, because it's for a good cause. Mama Film Junkies here, of course. We got Joshua Hamilton, can't stay. Picked up a studio musician gig on my downtime before I go back to Denver. So I'm in Chicago doing music stuff for a month. Wrote a theme song for your stream. Whoa. Well, that's nice, Mr. Hamilton. Maybe I could record it off the hey, nothing wrong with that. I appreciate it. So, but thanks for popping in and saying hi. Nothing wrong with that. Cheers. We got the Eye on Stone podcast here. Mr. Fear Jason, good to see you, buddy. And we got the other Jason McKenzie. Ahoy, ahoy. What's going on? Let's do this. We got Yakko, the volcanic Muto. Quite a name, but I like it. Gotta like it. Hello, darling. We got Miss Nighthawk. Good to see you, Steph. We got RJ here. Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Just 1 week until I graduate. Oh, until you graduate college. Then fun part of a teaching job hunt. Oh, well, somebody who's part of the panel knows what that's like when it comes to teaching jobs. So is my brother. But yeah, good luck with that. And congratulations 1 week from now. And of course, we got good old Saggy Millens doing, saying that I smell as per usual. I took a shower before this, like probably about an hour and a half ago. So I'm squeaky clean, just saying. Cheers. Jar Jar's. Okay. It's a good name too. I like it. Stephanie T, what is happening? Happy freaking Friday to you. Let's see. Oh, the LA Kings. Yeah. What's happening is that, playoff. I mean, hockey. That's hockey. I don't even follow hockey, so I don't even know what's happening with hockey. I know basketball playoffs are happening right now, but Chuck, yesterday was 420. Don't ask me how it went. Don't remember anything. Well, that means you celebrated just right. If you don't remember anything that happened yesterday at 420, then, well, you celebrated just right, So, then we got Laser Luke Gaming. What's going on? Game City Savior, what's happening? Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Proctor, for the $10 super chat. Oh man, I can't wait for the Flash trailer Tuesday. I hope they show us Michael Keaton with long hair in the trailer. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet. Long hair, beard, looking all. I mean, even though he's supposed to be like all haggard and everything, man, he looks sharp. I'm gonna say that he looks sharp. Venom. Am I the only one of my friend circles that's not a Dodgers fan? Yeah. It happens. It's okay. Dodgers are actually not doing that well this year either. They're doing okay. They're doing better than the Giants, but they got killed today, 13-0. They got killed by the Cubs, 13-0 today. I had to make fun of Mama Film Junkie a little bit. Talked to her on the phone earlier, and I was like, "Hey, did you see the score today?" And she hadn't yet. And then, of course, she sent a text message, with a bunch of sad faces when she saw that score. Aztec, wow, that Metallica album was yikes. Time to call it a day, guys. Megadeth's album from last year blows it out of the water. Now that's trash metal. Metallica, not so much. Man, or thrash metal, not trash. Well, you said trash metal. I think you meant thrash metal. Well, I mean, I disagree, but hey, it's okay. It's okay. I know some people don't like them. It's fine. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It was pretty bad. Hal Jordan's here. Yes, do what he says. Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Let's see. Who else we got? Anybody else? All right, now. Interesting. I'm still, I'm probably in my 6th listen to it now. I'm not sure if it's better than Death Magnetic. I really like Death Magnetic. That's still up there when it comes to the newer albums, when it comes to Metallica, at least in the 2010s or the 2000s, I should say. But yeah, I mean, I like it. I know. It's just it's hard to gauge it. I haven't yet gauged it, but Death Magnetic is I don't know. It's just good shit. Good shit. All right, let's go ahead and it's just a full panel show tonight. We're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff, talk about the past week, talk about some things, but we're going to be talking about all kinds of stuff, and we already got some people backstage right meow. So we're going to do some chatting it up. Let me get my little icon so then it could be in someone's face when they show up. And let's go ahead and get that up there. All right, let's see. I'm just going to go in order as they showed up.
Scott!
And Mr. Scott McClellan, you were first.
Yeah, of course I was.
No, when are you not first, right?
I mean, I am that awesome. You
are that awesome. Well, you're the best dad, according to your
I am the best dad. Sorry, ever.
Ever. So. Yeah. It's not just best dad. It's best dad ever. And I'm taking it that's the Alabama.
That's the Alabama A.
Yeah,
yes. That is absolutely what that is. Yes.
I always find it funny because it looks like the Atlanta Braves A.
It kind of really does. Yeah. And it's a little confusing sometimes. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, I always like, it's always kind of interesting because I believe there's a college football team that has like the similar G as the Green Bay Packers. I'm not sure who has it, but somebody does. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not sure, but it's like it's orange and white or something like that. I don't know. Their colors are different, but it's a similar G to. But then
is it Georgia?
It might be Georgia. Yeah. Georgia. Yeah, you might be. Yeah, it might be that because their G looks similar to the Green Bay Packers G. But then you have the Chicago Bears and the Cincinnati Reds that have the same C but different colors. It's weird. Sports is just weird. I don't know.
Some people just decided to screw creativity.
They were like, you know what? We'll just change the color. That's all. All right. And then the next person that's coming in.
Fuck you!
I don't know why I chose that one, but I chose that one for Travis. Yeah.
That's what the chat says. Oh, it's Travis. That's what they're saying right now. It is Georgia, though, because it always confused me as a kid, as a big Green Bay fan. And it's this other team with it's pretty much identical, the exact same G. It is like what Scott said. They just gave up. Just make it a G. Make it like the Packers. Exactly. I don't actually know who came first, but happy Friday, everyone. Happy Friday, gentlemen.
Happy Friday. And then we got an author in the house that's going to be showing up right now. Mr. Garza, what is happening? You're muted, by the way.
It's because
there you go.
I'm in hot. That's why.
Coming in hot. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Doing well, man. And Scott, I hate to break it to you, buddy, but I guarantee you're not the best dad. Period. No, I'm just kidding, man.
I don't have a dog in the fight.
No, I know. I'm just kidding,
yeah,
man.
you know.
He probably is
Yeah.
I'm just fucking.
Well, the fact that 3 of the 4 people on here are dads, it's we can share the title. I mean,
There you go.
seriously.
They're shared amongst your
Yeah, I know.
guys' stuff. There you go.
It's
Nothing wrong.
It's a collective,
Yeah, got all the dads. But thank you for joining, gentlemen. Cheers.
Cheers.
I have nothing. I literally brought nothing. I'm not prepared at all. I don't even have water on me. I don't even have water.
Wow.
Travis, we even let you in like pre-show, and you don't bring a drink. I mean,
well, it was last minute. I was telling Dave because at one point I was supposed to be seeing Beau is Afraid, which I still might later on, but my friend who I'm seeing with had to stay later at work. So okay, we might hit the later one. I'm like, okay, but that's where I'm like, okay, I might be on, but Beau is Afraid is like 3 hours, so it'll be after. And I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna jump on here. But that's the plan for either tonight or tomorrow is to see that fucking weird ass movie. So.
I am looking forward because, like I said, lately I don't know what it is, but you and I have been like on like our wavelengths have like meshed lately. So I'm really looking forward to your review because I have a feeling that whatever you think is what I'm gonna think. Because it happened again today with your Power Rangers Once and Always review. You nailed it again.
I still have to watch that.
It's exactly what you expect.
It's really, as long as you're expecting an episode of the 90s show.
That's what it looked like. Yeah.
You're getting what you expect.
And it still works because my kids, they're 5.5, 3.5, they loved it. They sat there the whole time, watched the entire thing start to finish, asked to watch it again. I was surprised. Like, okay, even though it's like a little update, it's like, okay, does this stuff still work on kids? Like the POW and the how cheesy everything is. But no, it was a full hour of just eyes on the screen. I've never really watched Power Rangers. So yeah, it's a good time.
That's because they don't have a filter. They don't know why it should be anything else other than entertainment.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's how it should be.
Yeah.
Oh,
I wish I had that. I wish I could just, for some movies, just have like a filter that I know people can be like, oh, the don't turn your brain off thing. But it's like sometimes I wish that, just like press a button. You can just enjoy it turn your brain off, stuff like that. Because there is times where I feel like now you feel too much like, okay, how the sausage is made. And you can't sometimes disengage, especially when we talk about all these news and casting and this and that. Like not to bring up a bad thing, but like let's say if Jonathan Majors gets recast, every time I see the new Kang, I'm going to think about like, oh, right, he's Kang because this guy was maybe a really bad person, where a kid's never going to think that. Like, look, that's Kang, so.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Also, I watched Nope like a couple weeks ago. And listen, Scott, you and I at least when I was watching it, I thought the same thing. We have the book. It's how to read a novel like a professor.
Like a professor. Right? Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So the moment this starts, the movie, I see this incident and I'm like, okay, obviously it's important. Okay, cool. Right. And then as soon as I start seeing and it's not a spoiler because the movie's been out, it's on streaming, it's free. You can watch it on Amazon, whatever. But the moment you see the alien doing what it needs to be doing, when I first thought, I was like, okay, I think it's moving like a predator. So I was like, okay, cool. So guess what I thought was going to happen in this film? I thought this was going to be a basically metaphor like a Moby Dick, Captain Ahab situation, right? Because you have this big predator and you have this big animal and you're trying to do all this shit that was not even close to what the film was. And then you get to it and I'm like, there were so many things that I was not necessarily, I don't need everything to have like ties to them. But I also was kind of like, there's got to be a reason for some of this stuff. Like it was just a bunch of stuff that I didn't really connect with. But I was like, man, you know what messed me up though is because I was at least thinking, okay, I guess it's going to be like a Moby Dick or something, but no, wasn't really like that. Have you seen it?
Travis has seen Nope. I haven't seen Nope.
You haven't seen Nope? I loved it.
Yeah,
I thought it was great.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I thought it was different.
I know, it was different. I just wish it would have, I don't know, had a little bit more deeper. Because I was like, I was thinking there were so many things that I was like, well, what was I didn't know what the point of that stuff was. Certain things,
and then sometimes, to Travis's point, sometimes you just gotta like you said, Travis, there wasn't a point. It just
I know.
Yeah,
that's what I did. It was like,
that happened.
Yeah. No, as soon as it ended, I was like, okay, so I guess there was. Oh, all right, well, cool. I guess. I mean, no, it was a cool idea. The idea itself was great. It's just I wish. There was like, I don't know, there was like little things that I was like, that's not really the deeper meaning I was thinking of. I was thinking thematics.
Yeah, well, I think they were trying to, because obviously when it started off with the TV show that Stephen Ewan was like part of, they were trying to like, it was trying to be like a parallel thing where it's like, okay, so you're taming a beast, and this is like the ultimate beast. It's literally a creature in the sky.
But you're not acting with it, but okay. Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah.
I know. That's what I was like, well, okay.
Yeah. At first I was kind of like, but the second time when I watched it, I was like, you know what? I get what he was trying to do there, and I like it. It's ambitious and everything. And the scene where everybody gets sucked up and you actually,
oh my god,
that freaking scene freaked me the fuck out.
But even like that's what I mean though by like there was like weird kind of like things to it, because it was like okay, there's two things, right? You have the Akira slide, which I just watched Akira like a few days ago, which I was like, oh okay, I got it, but I was like, dude, that's badass. But then you have, so at that moment, whenever he's like trying to draw it out, he's like, hey, the next hour or whatever, you're going to be entertained. From that moment until the end is when it ends. And I was like, okay, well, I mean, that's cool, but like give me, you made it seem like he's been doing this for the whole time. You know what I mean? Like, not, this isn't whatever. I mean, it's cool, whatever. I just, again, for thematics, I get what you mean.
But Garza, tangent though, there is a video out there that you'll be super entertained with. It's every Akira slide on film. There is a super cut of just the original Akira slide, and then every time someone else has done it.
It's funny because when I started watching Akira, like I was like, okay, cool. I'm watching it, and all of a sudden it happens, and I was like, oh, it just happens. I was thinking it was like some like fucking big, big moment, but it was like, no, it just happened that way. You know what I mean? Like it was just, that was cool. You know what I mean? Like he didn't make it a big deal. It just looked badass. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Which I really appreciated, because there was no, it was nothing like, oh man, he did something like crazy. It was just like, no, he was just doing something because it just looked cool, and boom, back in 80, 80, whatever,
like 88, I think. I had to remind myself when Akira. Because I actually just finally got the 4K of it, because the 4K has the original English dub, and then they did a re-record of the English dub that was supposed to be a lot better performances. And so I kind of like, as the collector in me, I like having like, I can choose which dub I'm gonna listen to.
Oh, so well, I'm big sub, so I don't.
Oh no, and I was right. It was 88, but no, I agree. I'm normally, if you give me an option between a sub and a dub, I'm like, oh no, give me the subtitles.
Right.
Yeah, you're one of those. Like I'm not.
Yeah, I want emotion. I want emotion in my voice actor. Sorry.
No. I mean, I don't know. It's like, sometimes if the dubbing is really bad, then okay, sure. Yeah. But I thought like the last thing I watched that was full on dubbed was Squid Game, and I thought the voice acting.
I shut that thing off as soon as it starts. Like, no, I need Korean. I need the subtitle. Like I started, and it was really funny because I was in the situations where I turned to Heather and I went, "Can we turn on the subtitles, please?" And she went, "Yeah, please."
You didn't like it, huh?
I was the same as you, Dave. I did the dub.
Yeah, I did the dub.
I'm
lazy.
Well, just for anybody that needs to know, or Scott, if you're ever in a teaching situation again, or you need to give any advice, because a teacher told me this one time and it changed everything for me and Avery. So Avery's dyslexic, and I was explaining certain things, and we were talking, and this is like years ago. I think she was like 6 or 7, and we got on the topic of like enjoying films and enjoying things. And he was like, oh, well, if y'all watch a lot of stuff at home, you should actually watch it in English, but with subtitles. That'll actually help her not only hear the words, but read the words at the same time, so that she starts understanding it.
The sight learning.
Yeah. And I'm talking about literally a few years later, she's reading novels, at 12th grade level. You know what I mean? Like, and I was like, dude, that is the craziest. I would not have thought, hey, look, if you, to help out with dyslexia, because they don't see it as reading, because they're just enjoying whatever they're watching. But I was like, damn, dude, that's good.
Well, it's kind of the same concept as like reading, and Travis, you probably know that, but reading to your kids, reading bedtime stories, even when you have to read the same book over and over. Right now with Callum, it's good. Oh yeah. Well, for right now, it's good night construction site.
Nice.
I'm waiting for the moment. It's like because I've had this book for like all three boys, but it's getting to the point with Callum that it's like I'm about to have this thing memorized. Like I even perform it the same way every time I read it. Like
You
it's
should just record yourself reading it and then play it at night. Like here you go, kids. We're in 21st century in this house, okay?
Hit play. Just do it.
Hit
right
play.
there.
You're good, dude. Don't even need to
Yeah.
do anything. And you have you record shows.
Yeah.
Oh no, I've actually I've done a I guess I can reveal this now as a joke for Amanda Colbert during the lockdown. I was experimenting with recording an audiobook, so I actually recorded an audiobook version of me reading "Go the fuck to sleep,"
Ah.
which is hilarious. By the way, if you've never read that book is hilarious because it's basically Goodnight Moon,
For adults. Yeah.
but for adults.
I've heard of that. Yeah. That's pretty funny. But speaking of books, Garza,
Yes.
what happened with you? Something with the book?
Yeah, man. Finally came out with the book that I've been kind of just literally. It's crazy to think of like of this book that I've released, which is only one part. It's the first part. The second part is done and all that. I just got to edit it and do all that stuff. But one of the things that I was really adamant about was creating a world that was different and unique, but also like had everything that I cared about, that I loved, and that I like wanted to see. And it was funny because like I never, and even like at this point, I don't see any stories that are like kind of what I've kind of done with these, I don't know, with the magical systems. You know what I mean? Like it's actually pretty simple if I think about it, like if I'm thinking about it like as realistically as it can be, it's pretty simple. I mean, you have water and fire going at each other, right? But it's also the circumstances of kind of why certain things even happen throughout the story. It's basically, and Scott you'll probably relate to this if you were to just read it. It's basically Romeo and Juliet, but they have a kid. You know what I mean?
Oh no, and that's usually the best way. People have talked about that. I think Steven likes to talk about that when you like sell books or sell movies. Like the way you just did it is like what you have to do for people is you have to give them a frame of reference to go.
Yep.
Yeah,
something well known.
It's Romeo and Juliet with a kid, but also in the world of Game of Thrones with lightsabers. If that makes sense.
Absolutely. And I've read, and like I said, I've read the first. I've read the beginning of it, and unfortunately, Garza gave it to me months ago in life.
Yeah, but I gave you I will say that one I gave you, I wouldn't even consider it even like because I rewrote the complete opening, a different opening, and then really changed the first chapter up a little bit.
But the beauty of it that I can tell people right now is, even though I haven't read the whole thing, it's worth what I did read is worth your time. Like honestly check it out, because trust me, I've had people. It's really hard when people that hand you stuff they've written.
Oh yeah,
and you're just like, and I'm like,
and you're a reader. I'm
a reader.
Like,
so it's like you really do you really. It's like, do you really want to go there? Because do you realize how harsh I am?
It's like, yeah, not gonna hold back.
And that was the thing,
the red pen.
Oh God!
And I bet.
And and I'm someone who I believe in the philosophy of the red pen. I have not gone to this new school of, oh no, we don't want to hurt their feelings. Oh no, I will bleed all over it.
And that's kind of what I did for realistically, I wrote the story a year ago, and when I wrote it, I didn't flesh it all the way out like I have now. And it's because I didn't do that the way the book reads right now, if I were to say, or if you guys knew where the story is going, you'd be like, are you fucking kidding? Like, it would sound crazy. However, everything that's in there in the book, in the first one that I've already released, there's things in there that if you were to reread after everything is said and done, you're going to be like, oh, okay, so there's all this shit that it was already there because I had, in my head subconsciously, I was like, oh, I kind of know where I want to go. I know where I want to do things. And, again, it's also the inspiration that I was watching and learning from with, essentially Attack on Titan. And that really did play a big role in the story, because I'm telling you, like, as far as the story is concerned, it goes even crazier to where it's going to be wild, but you're also going to go, oh no, it makes sense. Like I tried deconstructing every little thing in this situation to go, well, why are they doing this? Or why is this situation happening? And essentially it was like, all right, well, if I'm going to have Jedi, I'm going to have Jedi, but I'm also going to have separate power. Like, they're not all going to be able to do the same shit. Okay. If they're not all going to do the same shit, what's also going to separate them, and also, because essentially what I did was, which in the first part, you're not going to see it because why would you? But essentially the world is Pangea. So if you can imagine Pangea and then one continent that wasn't part of it, if it was our world, all our cultures technically would be meshed together, right? So certain cultures are going to be dominant more than other ones. So like, I haven't seen a story where you could see a Viking character interact with a Native American character and an American character and a Japanese character all around the same, you know what I mean? Like, and then, Middle Eastern or Spanish, all of these characters can interact because, they would all be influenced by the same, if they're on the same mainland, right? Of course you don't see that at the very beginning because why would you? That's too much. But
unless you actually do what you did, which was when he sent me a draft, he sent me a map, and I'm like, okay, he was like, you won. You won. Yeah. When a book has a map at the beginning, you go.
It's little details like that, though, and I really commend you on that, Garza. When you sent like the stuff, and of course the cover, and then of course that map, I was like, okay, yeah, you've done your fucking,
you did your homework.
Yeah, well, yeah, and because at the end of the day, I was like, well, I don't want to. Essentially, I didn't want to make it too fantasy, even though it is. Obviously, it's clearly fantasy, but I did go the George route where, hey, look, you're not going to be seeing like fucking fantasy names. You're not going to be, you know what I mean? Like these weird,
not Star Wars names, like crazy names.
Yeah, but you're not going to be seeing these Tolkien names because I'm not writing a Tolkien story. You know what I mean? Like my world, and specifically as I was writing these characters, I was like, God damn! Like as I'm reading the dialogue that I've written in some of these instances, I'm like, I don't know how I came up with it, but I just did. And then I go, well, it's probably because of all the shit I've watched. I just feel,
you get an
things you can kind of, you kind of get, that feeling. And so, and again, also it kind of leads to the whole, well, if I was going to do my own Star Wars, this is what I would do. Whereas, well, the only thing I love about Star Wars, I know, is the lightsaber. So I needed weapons that could light up. Well, rather than just swords, what if it was warhammers and maces and freaking tomahawks and halberds and, all these fucking weapons that can light up that all have different kind of power sets that you don't know about really until you see them. And also, if they're all powerful in their own right, how come they haven't either taken each other out or, what has happened? And, I'm a big sucker for history and stuff like that. And so, again, going on to the why of everything, like I really took Zach's approach and kind of getting these two houses in order so that everything else that's going to happen later on is so believable. You're going to be like, no, it makes sense. Because essentially it's like Game of Thrones and Star Wars, and then it's going to eventually end up like a Justice League, if that makes sense. You get what I mean? Because of the trajectory that's going to happen with everything. And I don't know. I just felt, I was like, man, well, look, I'm interested in the story. I don't see anything like this. I haven't seen anything. Even if people were to bring up Avatar, which some people have, Avatar, they don't have, they have their skills and their elemental powers and all that, but they don't, when they have, fire, that's cool. They can have some kind of manipulation with like lightning and stuff, but what if you have a country that's like America, that their power set has lightning and shape-shifting? What would they do? What would that country technically do if they were like us, right? And I live here in America, so I can have fun with that, right? So writing that kind of like, dude, like America, right? Like, I think of the president, like there's so much shit that I was having fun with that I was like, God damn, dude. Like the deeper I get into this, it's more I can have fun with that because it's America, even though it's not the main story. But it's just so anyways, so I released the first part.
Where's it available?
It's on Amazon or anything?
Yeah, Amazon.
All right. Do you have a link? Because I meant to ask you about that before you joined. If you have a link, drop it in the chat so people can.
Is it pinned on your Twitter? Number one, gotta.
I know. I didn't see it on
pin
your
that
Twitter.
shit. Good. Yeah.
Is it on your Twitter?
It's on his Twitter. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh.
I was going to ask you, when you talked about how you know where it's going, because everyone, I feel like, that writes has a different process. What was your process from getting the, like, even not spoiling anything, but from point A to point B? Like, do you put a bunch of stuff down and film like little stuff later that you can come back to? Is it kind of like a movie treatment? Is it you do one book and then the other? What was your idea as far as, okay, I'm going to put this all down, obviously, before you write it? Well, maybe you don't. Maybe it's all in your brain, but most people, they like put stuff down. Like, I usually have a Word document when I'm writing stuff, and then there's little things I'll kind of think of. I try to do like the act 1, act 2, act 3, but sometimes it kind of amalgamates into stuff. So what about for you?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So when I was first figuring it out, I was like, okay, well, if I'm gonna have a Romeo and Juliet situation, okay, fine. If they have a kid though, and it's still kind of Romeo and Juliet, why can't they be together? Oh, okay, so this is the reason why. And so as I started fleshing that out, I was like, all right, well, if I want them to be these two kind of people that like what would happen with if they had I decided basically, well, okay, let me flesh this out. I kind of have idea, like I would like write literally like a sentence of each chapter,
the log line, pretty much, right?
Yeah, basically of what I wanted to happen. And this is what's funny in this first part. As I was writing, like around I want to say it's like the 12th chapter, which I do have a lot of point of view characters, but I mean, I feel they're all kind of connected to each other, so you get to see other people, you get familiar with it, I feel like. But there was a certain situation, and I was like, I didn't think that I was going to go this route, and then I was like, oh, I guess I kind of need to for the story to kind of make sense. And so I did that, and then I wrote it, and then okay, fine, I got to the very end. But after that, like I knew there was like little ideas that I knew where one of the characters would kind of like their overall structure. But then, and that was a year ago. So then when I started working on the second volume that I'm working on currently, and I started breaking out the point of views and some of the newer ones and the story beats that I wanted, I was like, well, I know that I'm going to be time skipping, right? So there's going to be certain characters that are going to be technically in the future, essentially, but their current timeline. And so with this second volume, I was actually able to do a split timeline. And again, maybe it's just because I know certain things that I need to come across, but with the past events and the present events, like kind of the way I've written it, you don't know certain things that are happening in the present. You kind of get hinted about things, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, it's interesting. You don't know why certain things have happened, but in the past, you're like learning about what caused these future events, and it kind of, they just both play off of each other. And I was like, fuck, I like in my head, I was like, dude, it's not confusing, if that makes sense. Cause you get to like learn. And so with this, like this strategy, then all of a sudden I went, oh, okay, well, if I'm going to do this, I need to figure out a lot of these other character arcs down the line. And that's how I got to, holy shit, I was going to like, it doesn't make sense to you guys because you're not going to know about it anyways. But like, I literally created my own Order 66 and created my own "No, I'm your father" without it being obvious. You get what I mean? Like I was like,
no, it's not right in everybody's face. It's
not. And the reason why I say that is because as I was watching, or as I was writing it out, I was like, holy shit, I just realized I could connect all these dots. And I remember, because the only other person that knows any of this, which is kind of silly because it's, my daughter, but she's 15, she gets it. When I had explained to her several things, she was like, oh yeah, she was into it. And then like a day later, I texted her. I was like, dude, you know what that means? I said, and then I explained it to her, and I was like, that's literally "No, I'm your father." And she was like, wow. Because even all these little points that she knows about it had to like be connected a certain way that you're like, oh fuck, got it. And to basically be able to do that in a story without it feeling convoluted, or at least because obviously that'd be silly. Like I'm not going to have a character basically tell somebody that I'm your father. Like, no, I'm
you're not going to do that.
Yeah,
but if you do a crafty way into something like that,
right? Yeah. But even then, though, it's like I don't want to have like that's basically the trope, right? Like, oh, I'm some lost whatever you don't know, but that doesn't in my story. It definitely doesn't work. But being able to look at that from a writer's standpoint, it kind of like it even tripped me out. I was like, God damn, dude, maybe I'm overthinking it, or I'm just so deep into my world that I don't see anything that's happening like this. Because I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen anything that's used like the elements. Like for instance, the main character, they have super strength and they have hydrokinesis, right? So like essentially, if you were gonna fight somebody that had super strength, I mean, you can't use a fort because the fort's not going to do shit. They could just break it down, right? Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I had to make a reason why they wouldn't be able to use that, or why they wouldn't use it. You know what I mean? All these little fucking like not plot holes, because that's not really what it is, but it's just looking at the story from that deconstruction point and really breaking it down to its essence and going, all right, well, okay, well, if this happened, because there is a moment in the story too early where a character realizes something, and it all of a sudden it's like, that's exactly why none of these other countries are in war, because at a certain point, like you can't really be at war with a country that could do something, for instance, like if somebody has, because one of these countries has it's like Dr. Manhattan, right? So quantum mechanics and stuff like that, quantum, so if somebody can basically atomize buildings and shit like that, like what's the point in going to war with them, right? Like it wouldn't, like there's no reason for that to happen. Now granted, that person in that country could go to war, which is interesting, which does happen, but it's like those little things, like if there's these certain offsets of power, they're gonna cancel each other out almost. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just I don't know. I feel like I just really wanted fucking lightsabers. That's
where it all started. That's where
I know, perfect weapon, right? Like how do you duplicate that?
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was, and that was actually the whole concept for the book. I was like, how can I make a lightsaber? Like I was just like, fuck it, I want a lightsaber. I don't care, right? Like, but also, if there's a reason for it, if there's something that means to it, yes, the old legends of lightsabers. You had green because it was. What was it? It was closest to the good or whatever, right?
Yeah, like different color.
But then you didn't ever really know. Like you just it was in the backlogs, and it was kind of like in the lore, technically. You know what I mean?
If you watch the movies, you never got any of that. It's just
right.
Colors.
You had to read like the encyclopedias.
Yeah, exactly. Video games. Yeah, Knights of the Republic had all
Smith has red. That's all we really know.
Yeah.
Right. Like red's evil, and I was like, you know what? But what if red wasn't evil? What if red was just a color and I mean, it's just a badass power set. Like, dude, for me, red, I think of fires. I was like, oh, well, I'll make it fire. Anyways. So I was like, all right, well, not only these colors are going to make a difference, but they're also going to have a different meaning. I mean, obviously, what's the color that everything breaks off of, right? What is it?
White.
White, exactly. Right. So I was like, all right, well, I'll have white be like the main one, which doesn't exist anymore because there's reasons. And so that's why they're all broken out into these different colors, because that white was basically the if you can think of it like the everything all in one. Well, they got split up, and that's why they're different colors. But I was like, well, if I can make the colors if I can make the colors like kind of fit with the characters and all, that's cool. But how? Like, what? I can't have a light, right? I just can't, because that's just silly. However, I could have a weapon and it just lights up. I mean, there's nothing against that, right? If I had a sword, a samurai sword, and it lights up a certain color, that's cool. I was like, well, but how? It's got to light up somehow. You can't just do whatever. And I was like, you know what? What if the user has to utilize their blood to activate the weapon, and that's why it actually not only does it show up the color that's in their training and in their blood, but that weapon is literally tied to them. Nobody else can use their weapon. So it's almost like
it's like when the finger pit or whatever the hell, like James Bond's had that.
Yeah, the palm.
Yeah, the palm print or whatever the hell. Like it's to him or something like that.
It's biometrically tied to him.
There you go.
Exactly. Which means that nobody else can use their weapon, right?
Yeah.
But that also means that technically they could still use their weapon, just not their power. Essentially, you got to learn.
It'll just be a normal weapon,
right?
Yeah.
But you still also got to, make sure that you're not thinning out, because obviously you're using blood, right? So that's a big thing. So I was like, but also I wanted to have more than just swords, so like tomahawks and, like I mentioned, warhammers. Like that's just cool to think. But again, I just wanted to have fun. So yeah, that's it.
Welcome,
Game of Thrones lightsabers, man.
It's a big thing to do the task and still put it out there and stuff like that. So,
and it's hefty too. It's hefty. I mean, when you sent me the copy, I was like, whoa, look at that. A lot of pages.
And right now on Amazon, I mean, it's nearly 400 pages, and it's only $2.99. So I mean, seriously, like,
I posted a link in the chat for anybody who wants to go grab a copy. Do it.
Well, and also, just real quick though, too, there's at least just from what other people have said that have read it, it reads, it's pretty fast paced. I mean, it's not there's not just bullshit. You know what I mean? Like each like again, I tried to take the Zack approach and go like, this all needs a reason to happen and for all this shit to happen and all that. So I don't know. I feel like, there's no like pages and pages of food. Let's put it that way. I was saying there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
But
how many volumes do you think it'll end up being? Is there like any kind of like, have you mapped that out, outlined or whatever?
Well, technically it's volume. I want 5 volumes.
Okay.
But I'm only breaking up the first one and maybe the second one just because of page count. But after that, if people start picking it up and start enjoying it, then volume 3, I won't probably have to do that, because reading 200,000 words in a novel, that's a lot. You know what I mean? And well, I know, but I just, and also writing this and I'll change the subject personally just because I know we can. But as I've been writing this and learning how to not only communicate dialogue, but communicate world history and just in general, just anything, I was so let down by the fucking Mandalorian because I was watching it and I was like, man, they're treating me like I'm an infant. Like they're like, they were saying things and they were like, hey, I don't know. It was the weirdest thing. It was like, yeah, they tried to hunt us or something like that. And then the next moment they would be getting, attacked by the people that they said, yeah, they tried to hunt us. And it's like, in my head, I'm like, but you just told us that. Now you're showing us. So, I mean, anybody else like that season finale? I was like, okay, all right, well, okay.
It was entertaining. It was entertaining. But yeah, this season was a little rough. But there were some parts.
And I never felt that way.
It was the writing. It necessarily wasn't rough. It was just the writing that was kind of like, why are they saying these things?
But yeah, there's some when it comes to dialogue, I can get that, a lot of exposition and stuff like that, sure. But then I really enjoyed the action parts of the season. Like anytime that the Mandalorians were actually like doing some shit, I was like, oh, this is cool. And I thought when it came to all the when it came to the last 2 episodes specifically, I thought those were the best ones of the season. And
I would agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thought it ended in true Star Wars fashion of the fact that it's like you got a battle going on right out here, you got a battle right here, you got a battle right here. I mean, and I think it was the things that I always made fun of. It was always rough when it comes to little Grogu doing his flips, his runs, and I'm just like, every time I see it, I'm like, okay, he's adorable, I get it, but man, it gets a little rough when he's doing like some action work, because I love the fact that they're keeping it as practical as possible, but man, sometimes I'm like,
see, I let that stuff go. I'm just kind of like what Travis said earlier. I'm just enjoying Star Wars. And the fun part is that in the past week or so, I'm not quite done with it. I'm halfway through season 6, but I have finally started binging my way through Clone Wars. And doing it in chronological order, which thank God once you get like halfway through season 3, because once you get through halfway through season 3,
isn't it crazy?
It's like seasons 1, 2, the first half of 3, it's like 52 pickup. But once you hit like that midway point of season 3, it's like, oh, I can just watch the episodes as is. Yeah. Thank you. But it was fun though too, because I watched, like I said, I haven't finished Clone Wars yet, but I had seen just enough so that by the time I started watching like these later episodes of Mandalorian, I had seen the episodes of Clone Wars I needed to see to give me the context, or to at least give me more context to enjoy the Mandalorian. So maybe
have you seen Rebels yet?
No. So that's the thing. This is what I'm doing, because I got to get halfway through season 6, finish season 7. Even though I know that Rebels came out before season 7 came out, I'm just going to chronologically, release order. I'm sticking with the chronology of I'm going to finish through Clone Wars. I'm going to jump to Rebels, and then I'll jump back to Bad Batch, because I know in the Star Wars timeline where everything happens, but in my brain it's like I'm going to do Clone Wars. I'll jump to Rebels, especially before Ahsoka comes out. And I finally want to see my boy Thrawn, because, being an OG, expanded universe, quote, Legends guy, Thrawn's my boy. So it's like, I'm enjoying that. And then I think I posted on social media last Friday. It was so great. I got to show Liam and Declan the first Star Wars movie for the first time and show them the theatrical version.
You showed them New Hope first?
I showed him New Hope first, and I showed them the non-special edition version.
Oh wow, you actually have that one, huh?
Oh yeah,
I got that too. Yeah.
I love it. I love it when everyone's like, "How did you have that?" And I just took a picture, going, "2006, baby."
The DVDs, right?
The
that came in the
DVDs.
3. That's what I have too. Yeah, I bought the prequels. Didn't matter, but I bought those at like a Best Buy in America when I was there. They didn't have them.
Yes, because it was in the tin. It was in the tin box set. Yes.
Yeah.
So I have DVDs of the original theatrical versions of the OG trilogy. So I remember a couple of years ago. Actually, no, I take that back. It was like 3 years ago now. Liam got to go to Disney World, and he went through like the Jedi training and all of that.
Oh, cool.
And I did a special episode on patreon.com at Squadcast Media of I'm a Jedi like my father before me was the name of the discussion. It was Ray and me talking about how am I going to bring my boys to Star Wars? And I said, I'm going to show them in release order. And for the OG trilogy, I'm going to show them the theatrical versions first. I'll show them this. They can watch the special editions later, but I'm going to show them the OG version. The only thing that disappointed me was Declan. He's 7 years old. He's in the first grade. He leans over to me and goes, "So when does he tell him that he's his father?" And I went, "Damn it! Damn it!" And I was like, shh, I don't know if Liam knows. I know he's 10 and you're 7, but obviously you get it ruined for you. Shh.
Yeah.
And I called him over and I was like, "Declan, you're not in trouble. I just want to know, how do you know that Darth Vader is Luke's father? He goes, oh, somebody at his after school program. And I was just like,
should have been like, listen here, buddy. If you fucking open your mouth one more goddamn time about that, I promise you're not gonna like it. No, I'm just kidding.
Right.
I think Avery knew, but I showed her release order, and after watching them all, I mean, talking about like even I think episode or Force Awakens had come out, and so she'd watched them all. And even then, she was kind of like she already knew what her favorite was. So I asked her, what was it? And she was like, no, A New Hope. And I was like, it's interesting because essentially that's what happened with the Star Wars fans originally. I mean, they saw the first one and they were like hooked. That's what got them.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, listen, hey man, I love vague descriptions and things like that. That really saved George Lucas's ass.
Oh my god!
From a certain point of view.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, hey, listen, I love it. But like, dude, like, come on, man. After A New Hope, because it does have it's like beginning, middle, and end. I mean, it has an end. You know what I mean?
It there.
Like, he got an award.
Yeah,
like,
the heroes won. That's the story. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, that's done, dude. So when and it's not a bad thing because I love Empire Strikes Back, but whenever you go after that, you're like, oh, but what was the ceremony for? But all right, whatever. It's cool. But Avery was like, nah, I like A New Hope. I was like, okay, it makes sense why that film, works, which is crazy because there's not, well, for me, it's crazy for me because, like, dude, I love Revenge of the Sith because of the fucking lightsabers. Like, that's the whole thing.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Well, it's the best one of the prequels for sure.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which give me those fucking lines. You know what I mean? Like, you're breaking my heart. Like, I don't give a fuck. I love it. You know what I mean?
Well, because Revenge of the Sith was like of the prequel trilogy. For me, I remember going to see it at midnight back in 2005, and just being like, we've sat through the prequel trilogy because this is the story.
Yeah, this is what we wanted.
This is what we wanted. like Revenge of the Sith was finally.
We got through Attack of the Clones to get here.
Yes, we watched Phantom Menace, we watched Attack of the Clones, but we're doing all of this because, like in my head,
you're like, we want to see the Vader.
I want to see Anakin and Obi-Wan duke it out, because that was a story that, like you were talking about earlier, Garza, was in lore. It was in the encyclopedia, But you never I knew that they had a fight on a volcano planet because the encyclopedia told me. That's all I had. So I was just ready for it. So when you see the images of Mustafar, you're like,
oh, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. But we got somebody else joining right now. Oh.
That is the sexiest thing I have ever seen.
Hey,
Casey.
how's it going?
I went ahead and put himself in 4-3. Okay.
Yeah, you did.
First of all, A New Hope is the best one.
Oh.
And secondly, I agree with Garza. Fucking Mandalorian season 3 is trash.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm with these two. Well, I'm not. I won't go as far as trash, but a very.
Yeah,
middling.
it's not trash. But
Hey, listen, man.
I saw just 2 episodes and I had to quit.
If they can make Andor look and feel the way it felt when it's lit. I watched Andor. I was like, man, this show really doesn't do anything for me. But it looked like a fucking film. Every single episode almost looked like a film, and I was like, dude, this is intriguing to me. Like they were on on location and shit on the. I don't even remember what the fucking plot was. I just remember, dude, that's real grass. Holy shit, they're really outside. Okay, I don't know. And then you get something like nothing. Again, I know I'm beating a dead horse, but the Obi-Wan show is like, what the fuck is this?
Oh,
yeah, see, I'll agree with you on Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan was one that was just
which blows my mind. Like they literally all they had to do is just give us Vader and fucking Obi-Wan.
Right. Give us that last episode.
That exchange between them two at the end was the best part of that whole thing. But I'm trying to remember the other parts of it, I'm like, oh yeah, there's little Leia. Okay.
I like the premiere of Kenobi when they do just the episode of him like classic, like down and out, like gunslinger about to get into it. I like because that's just Ewan for an hour doing his thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, the middle, it's like for me the first episode and the last
episode,
and the rest,
Yeah.
it's all over.
Which is something you can look at from afar, going, yeah, they didn't know what the fuck to do. They basically were like,
that was the thing
how
where you
safe
go.
can we be?
Well, that was also one of those things where they go. You could tell that it was. They've said it was they took a movie script and then tried to.
Should have stayed a movie.
Well, here's the thing.
Stayed a movie,
Yeah.
right?
But here's the thing too: is that if you're gonna use canon and lore as far as Star Wars is concerned, and I know I was like a big spouter of like, dude, like Vader says, last time I saw you, I was the learner, now I'm the master, right? Like, so that in my head, obviously that's not that vague. I mean, that's pretty vague. I mean, that's pretty on point of, yeah, I was a student last time I saw you, now I'm the master. Well, you can't be Vader 10 years into your fucking reign and go, no, I'm still a student. No, you're fucking Vader at that point. Like, bro, yeah, that's not.
He even says that. He even says he's like he said that Anakin's completely dead. I killed him. So
exactly, and so it's like, well, okay, but that doesn't make sense now. In the like, I don't care. It doesn't really matter to me. However, if you're gonna use that, we have to stick to this lore. Then guess what? Almost broke it. And I know Obi-Wan's not gonna die. I know Luke's not going to. Well, why are you giving me this storyline?
When Aunt Beru and they're being chased. It's like, what are we doing here?
Hey, dude, just give me like. I would even fucking love dream sequences each episode of him just having PTSD fighting Vader and something like it's an alternate universe. I don't give me something to where I can go, hey, he never faced Vader again until the next when we see him in A New Hope. I'm cool with that.
To be honest, I mean, I think they should have taken the approach of like, what if, I mean, I know he was all down and out and everything, but what if there was like another Jedi that was also like trying to, be, try not to be recognized, something like that. He took him under his wing, but then of course he's suffering the PS, of the fact that he fucked up with Anakin. So, there could be tension right there while having the flashbacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Just having the little Leia thing, which that was okay. I mean, she was adorable and whatever, but I thought that was a little bit much. And then, like you said, when it came to the whole Luke thing and they were going to go after Luke, and we're just like, okay, but
I just remember what you were talking about.
Yeah, Reva.
That running. Oh fuck!
Yeah, there's literally like a Sith. There's a Sith user in the Skywalker home that we never knew about, like cutting things up and things. And
that was one of the worst things.
Not only that, she. I'm supposed to feel sorry for her. Like what? What?
Oh yeah, that was a very quick turnaround.
I was like, dude, just fucking let her be evil. That was.
I know they had to do that whole thing where it was like, okay, you're trying to tie it to that whole. Okay, yeah, I think they were just trying. I mean, they probably had a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and they probably had like a whiteboard, and they were like, all right, how do we? And they were just rearranging things. They were trying to lengthen the movie.
Yeah, they just had Ewan and Vader. That's all they had, and they're like, what else? What else can we do? Well, young people love young like kids. We can do Leia.
I know
which I thought was like which I didn't actually mind as a reason to get him off.
The plot of the original Obi-Wan script did not have him protecting Leia.
It didn't even have Vader in it. Supposedly,
might have been in it, but not like that. And they were like, "All right, we gotta capture the fucking lightning in a bottle that we got with Mando and fucking Grogu with the young."
It's just funny. It's just funny that you could have it to where when she's like, "Hey, Obi-Wan, you helped my father in the Clone Wars." Yeah. But also you helped me like a couple years ago. You remember? I don't know if you remember that. What? That's exactly what happened. But whatever, man. I'm cool with it. I'm just saying, Mandalorian. You could tell that I felt like essentially the writers kind of ran out of things to do with him. That's why they made it almost all about Mandalore and Bo-Katan, which. That whole thing too. I was like, why is she just sitting there on her fucking throne by herself on her own planet,
doing nothing? Things for possibly a year, doing nothing.
It's called dramatic posing.
Yeah, just fucking sitting there the whole time. I'm like, do you not eat? You don't care about fucking other people or what? And then that was when I realized I was like, oh, okay. So in the Mandalorian, and this happened in the last episode, or of not the last episode, but a couple of the episodes before. I was like, oh, okay. So when they're talking about these other planets, they're consisting of maybe 50 to 100 people that live on this world. There's no other, like when I saw Navarro, and I was like, this, what's his name? Apollo Creed was talking about citizens in Navarro. I was like, oh, so that's literally all the people that are on this planet? Like that's a whole massive planet.
Well, at least in that little city, you know. I don't know.
I mean, they don't go anywhere. Like, there is nothing else. It's just Navarro, right? Same thing with Bo-Katan. I was like, why is she by herself on a throne that's not comfortable? I know it's not because it's stone. And I was like, what is she doing? Like, what is? And I don't. It was weird to me. I was like, okay, I guess. Why is she helping him then? I don't know. I like. There was just a lot of things where I was like, oh, okay. I feel like they're like, hey, Mando, we really don't know what to do. But what if we just have all these other Mandalorians and they go on little adventures like they.
But to be honest, I thought that was probably a good idea because I was like, I like the fact that there was like a bunch of that, and that's the part I liked.
I liked exploring the Mandalore history,
the first episode,
especially like I said, because I I was watching Clone Wars and I was getting all that.
I know
Mandalore backstory.
Absolutely, and then you watch the season, you're like, wait, okay.
Anyways,
the writing definitely took
somebody else that's joining right now. I don't have it really dropped because he's a newbie. So we got Mr. Anderson from Aya Stone Podcast.
You know what you need? You know what you need? Come on, dude. The Matrix.
This is the easy one.
There
you go.
There you go. That's good. That's good.
How's it going, guys?
Good. How you doing?
Hey.
Good. Garza, really excited for your book.
Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Just gotta say that. I wasn't gonna get on tonight, but I told Dave I wanted to ask you some questions. So I know people are probably tired of hearing you talk about it, but I got more questions. I was in the chat and people are like, "We need a new topic," and I'm like, "I want to hear this guy talk for hours about this." Like, I'm really interested. So,
not at all, man. Hey, listen, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a narcissist, so I'm all good for it. Just kidding.
Well, I write all the time. I'm constantly I got notepads on my phone, constantly writing stuff. But I think it was like a couple years ago, I was trying to write a book, and it was just beyond me, and I tapped out on it. So to see somebody, because I mean, how long have you been working on this?
So I wrote it last year, and I think I started in February. I ended it in like May or June, but that was 200,000 words of writing.
That's amazing.
And obviously I just wrote it. Like I wasn't trying to like edit it in my head, and then stayed away from it, kind of tweaked it a little bit. And it wasn't until this year that I really dove into it. Like, hey, I need to really, really get it down and tight and trim it up and change some things. And, but there was like these little things that I noticed. I was like, oh, okay. So I was already planning some of these things. And, again, I went the George Lucas route at first where I was kind of vague about certain things. And then I went, oh, you know what? Well, I mentioned certain things in this story, but because I don't go into it, like I could just build a backstory on this. And because I had watched Attack on Titan, when you watch Attack on Titan, and I know Dave doesn't know what I'm talking about. Sorry.
I know exactly what you're talking about. What are you talking about?
No, but you haven't watched the whole thing.
I haven't watched the series. I watched the movie and I watched some of the series.
And that's my point right there. Okay. So when you watch Attack on Titan and you're watching it throughout the seasons, each season it feels like it just keeps going and it gets bigger and bigger. And you're like, oh shit. But then all of a sudden you can literally go back to the first episode and you're like, oh, this shit all makes sense. Like there was never a point of, oh, I was just kind of confused. I didn't know what that really served no purpose. And so I was like, you know what? I mean, that was a major influence. So like for me, when I started really kind of writing it out, I was like, well, I had written these kind of situations and these scenes. And I was like, well, I can call back, a little bit. And then I was like, no, you know what though? I'm gonna go Attack on Titan. I'm gonna go fucking all out. So I was like, yep, I know what I can do, and that was it. It was just like a quick thing, and but also it was just kind of like figuring out a story that wouldn't be boring, because like obviously dude, if I say Romeo and Juliet, you're gonna be like, oh, it's just a love story. And it's like, well, it's really not. But that's really all I could.
Do you think Attack on Titan kind of helped, like, as a guideline, not necessarily like copying what happens in the story, but just like you're watching the show that you admire greatly, and it kind of helps you like move your process along, like inspiring ideas, I guess is the.
No, absolutely. Because I realized I was like, oh, okay, I hint at certain things in the first book. Second book, I'm able to actually dive deeper into it, which is what happens in Attack on Titan. You don't really know about where the Titans come from or what they're doing.
Right. Yeah.
Second season, you start to kind of pick up a little bit more of that. So I don't have Titans in my book, but that's kind of the same thing that I'm doing. But again, it's kind of like I wasn't going to have like a Darth Vader character, because that'd be silly. But that doesn't mean I can't have a fucking Emperor Palpatine fucking character in my book. Like, who cares?
Or Moff Gideon.
Yeah, somebody to just like be okay, whatever, just to be bad. But that was the other thing too, is I didn't want like just an evil fucking person, which is also I did, in Attack on Titan. I mean, you're assuming these Titans are evil. Okay, well, all of a sudden, pretty soon later on, you start to learn other things. You're like, oh, okay, that's fucking crazy. And then all of a sudden, your viewpoint switched, and you're like, oh, never mind. I was thinking it was going to be this way. And so that it gave the foundation for how I was going to make this story go, because everything that's going to happen in the story, it all makes sense. There's never a point where it's like, oh, that just feels. That there's never a point where you're going to sit there and watch and go, oh, Obi-Wan's fighting Vader again, even though they called it out the first time. Oh, okay. That doesn't make sense. But
so question I have for you, like, do you have like a main protagonist or like a group of protagonists from the different regions of your world?
Well, at first they're from two countries. So yeah, they're kind of split.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there's one main person. Technically, he's the father figure of the story. So if you can imagine that, he's trying to raise his daughter, but he's raising her in secret. She's basically stronger than him, but she's also 15, so she can't really control it the way she needs to. And what I also enjoy with this is that I'm able to kind of twist things up, because like I said, I have like a country that's like America, and so creating that, like, I'm not going to say that country is bad. I'm just going to say that I really have these characters that are fucking just, they're real Americans. You know what I mean? Like, they're fucking just, if you can imagine, they're just like manifest destiny, whatever. They don't give a fuck. And I mean, how does that work in a world where you have people that are like
extraordinary kind of thing?
No, that not only are extraordinary, but they could shapeshift and use lightning. Like, okay, they could literally do shit that you wouldn't even know, right? So it's like, how do they do that? And then you have there's this character that I literally in this second volume I fucking love, and I didn't realize I was going to do this, but essentially in this other country, it's, if you can imagine, it's essentially Japan, Japanese culture and all that. But in this country, the main character is actually like literally my version of Batman and Rorschach combined.
Nice.
So he's basically he's like on a mystery that he's got to figure some stuff out, and it's Rorschach and Batman. I can't stress that enough. Like, as you're reading, you'll be like, oh yeah, absolutely, I can see this. And it's only because I'm able to kind of have these fleshed out first, the first two houses that you're reading about. You're like, okay, that makes sense. And all of a sudden you get into these new worlds. You're like, oh fuck, okay, I get it. And it all ties to itself, and all back to literally chapter 1. That's what's even, like I mentioned, I was like so adamant. I didn't realize I was going to do that until this year. And I started fleshing out like some of these arcs, and I was like, dude, this is some crazy shit that I can do. And let me just put it this way. Zack's idea for the Nightmare World and how he was getting there and how he was doing it in BVS and how he was doing it in Justice League and it was going to be there, that also influenced certain aspects as well.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, and to be able to create all of this shit in a story, it's like, oh, okay. It just at first though, it's just Romeo and Juliet really with a kid, but it's like it basically is able to, okay, well, if it's also BBS to an extent. It's just Superman and Batman, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was reading the description on Amazon, and it's so like well thought out and very descriptive. And then you get to the bottom, and it just says Game of Thrones with lightsabers. I started chuckling. I was like, all right,
yeah, because that was the whole thing, man. I thought I want fucking lightsabers, if anything.
Yeah. Well, it's just so cool that you like have a book because it's kind of got me wanting to go back and try to finish what I was doing. But the problem I was having, I think you've probably figured out how to like avoid this. I would introduce characters that would like have an influence on the protagonist, or at some point they would cross roads, and then it's like, okay, well, how do they have a history? What's their backstory? And then I start going way too deep into that, even though it's not really necessary towards the main story. And then I just kind of get lost in my brain, and it's hard to like hone in on like what I should really be focusing on to really drive the story. And even when I think I'm getting it, I'm like, okay, I need to still cut some beef out, but then I worry about sacrificing the story itself. So
yeah, the only thing I did was I listened to Zach when he talked about Man of Steel and building Superman's house. I mean, we all can attest to that. Like when he made Man of Steel and we watched Man of Steel, we believed that Superman was in our world, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's the first Superman I felt like I could connect with personally.
Right. I mean, it really made us all go, holy shit, this is what a Superman movie can be like.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, and so now you start to introduce Batman and Wonder Woman and all that. It doesn't feel like, oh, really? That's crazy. Like they exist in this world.
How could they? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, no, I guess of course they could. Why not? I mean, this guy is Superman and he's fucking been here for this long. Like, of course it makes sense. And so when you get to Justice League, you're like, oh, okay, great. But then it all boils down to the why of Superman and how he is the way he is in this world. And has anybody ever read, I think it was, I forgot his last name, but it's Michael something, but he wrote, what's it called? 10,000 Hours, I think is what the book's called. Michael, Malcolm, sorry.
Oh my God.
Malcolm Gladwell.
Yeah.
Gladwell? There you go.
10,000 Hours is a book he wrote. It's like a, not psychological book, but it's a book. And it basically talks about, pretty much after he did a lot of things and research and all that, he realized that if you really wanted to do something and be good at it, you needed about 10,000 hours of practice at it. That was kind of like the threshold, which, that's a lot. 10,000. It's no joke. And so what I did was, just because of our capabilities now, I literally scoured YouTube, like literally listening to people that were writers. I don't know. I haven't read all his books, but I can listen to somebody and go, they know what they're talking about. So Brandon Sanderson, if you guys are familiar with it,
dude,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He has literally hours upon hours of all of his college, literal hour-long classes on YouTube, on his YouTube channel for free. Well, there's a lot of other people that have things like that. And so what I realized was, as I was watching it, I would see all these things of like things to do, things to not do, like how to write these characters, all this stuff. And because I had already written the book, I was watching it in the sense of, okay, are they going to say something that I did wrong or say something that I did right? And the reason why I even decided, okay, well, now's a good time to publish it is because I'm not bullshitting. I started realizing every single time these pundits and these people were talking about things to do right, things to do, well, things to not do. It was everything I was like, hey, like I wasn't trying to bullshit, I didn't have filler in there. And, I don't know how, I know how, cause it's just how I wanted it, but I've written a lot of women characters, and I didn't even realize in my head that I was like, I just wrote them as characters. I wasn't writing them as women characters. So You know, I have two women in my story that are not talking about males, which is the Bechdel test, if you guys don't know that. But it's like that stuff doesn't occur to me because I'm just writing the story and I'm writing it like a human talking to another human. They don't just talk about guys all the time. I know I don't. I barely talk to myself. So it's like, being able to do just watching and studying that and feeling confident that, okay, well, a lot of the things that I did, and specifically these tropes that you can kind of twist. Listen, man, I'm all for George Lucas and the hero's journey. I love the hero's journey. You couldn't see the hero's journey in my story right now, but it's there. You just don't know it yet. It'll be there, but it's also not going to be some kind of fucking virgin birth that you go, oh, it just happened out of nowhere. Like
there was no father.
Yeah, it was like there's no father. Like
I carried him, I raised him.
Right? Like I remember Obi-Wan saying, "No, the Force flows through us," right? Or what? Like now you're talking about midichlorians and shit.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Yeah, like I get it, man. Midichlorians, that's fine, dude. If you want to bring a science to it, that's cool, man. He
tried.
He did, but he didn't have to make it that.
So specific, literally down to blood, of like
literally down to they have a name for the molecule.
Yeah.
And the fun part was, but it's also kind of fun because watching A New Hope with Liam, and when Darth Vader kills Obi-Wan and he just disintegrates, I loved it. My little 10-year-old just goes, "Did he just become one with the Force?" And I went,
"Wow."
Yeah, it was one of those dad moments where I just went. I literally just sat there. He turned to me, and I just went, and he went, "Okay."
Now,
and
how
he
are
went
you
back
gonna
to watching the movie?
How are you gonna explain to him that Anakin also gets to become a Force Ghost, even though he murders 10,000 children? Because I feel like that should have never. I hate that every time. The fact that Anakin gets to come back. I don't care that he did one good deed. He shouldn't get to be standing there at the end like a fucking Force Ghost with the rest of them. Maybe to say hi to Luke, but that's it. But they've shown in canon that he comes back other times. So like he could have got one by, but he should not be in like Space Force heaven. Come on, I hate that. I hate that choice.
I mean.
The hell's that noise?
Oh, he's gone.
Listen,
there's like a weird.
I don't know. I really.
Laundry.
I really enjoyed. I really
It's
enjoyed
Casey.
some,
I knew
writing
it.
some of my villain.
Is it Casey?
Yeah,
it's Casey.
I wrote this one character. I wrote this character named Abra. Yeah, and he says this line like I didn't realize this, but I was like, God damn, dude. And it's like it's in the prologue, so it's not a spoiler or anything, but he fucks somebody up, and he's doing it like just toying with him. And he tells him, hey, go run and tell your kinsman, this is for Eden, who's somebody to him. He's like, that's the last of my mercy. And he just fucking ends it, like, you know what I mean, like that. I was like, God damn, dude, like that's a fucking powerful line. Like that's the last of my mercy. Like okay, I could appreciate that. And then a couple chapters later, which is a time skip, it doesn't matter, but like it's weird because like how do you make that person not necessarily good, because that's not what he is, but how do you make that person like relatable?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody's saying that to somebody else, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you gotta that's some mean shit. And but I just love I feel like
that's the fun part, is we're like working backwards then.
Yeah. Because believe me, like even Ben, I know Ben's not here, but he was like, dude, that's my favorite character. I was like, oh, I know. I was like, dude, because I was writing him and I was like, God damn, man, I love writing this guy. And
well, it's like Zach brought up on the Pizza Film School. He likes breaking characters down, so you can see how they work and then build them up. I think a lot of people, they didn't like Man of Steel because they were like, oh, it's dark and sad and blah blah blah.
Superman doesn't smile. It's like,
he was making him a person, and he was breaking him down to his rawest form of just being a human being, which was cool to me. I could connect to him, and then over time he would become this,
Well,
But
I mean,
it
the
goes
brilliance,
back to the
brilliance of
idea of the hero's journey, because the whole point is that you descend to your lowest point, so that when you come back, you are now the better version. You're the new and improved version of you when you come back home. And then, of course, the idea that it being a circle is that then for the next story, you do it again. And that's the whole point of being a circle, is that the story doesn't.
Circle.
Well,
I still say like
stop.
I still say like the most brilliant thing that they did with Man of Steel, and I always say this, is like the fact that it's like when we get the Krypton scene and we get, little baby Clark gets launched out, and it's like, all right, now he's gonna approach Earth, so okay, we're gonna get the whole like as a kid and whatever the fuck, and like as soon as like that ship is about to hit the Earth, it just splash, and all of a sudden we're present day, and Clark's on a boat with a beard and trying to just find
Greenhorn.
Yeah.
Greenhorn.
Like I remember, I remember just being in the theater and going, "Oh shit!" Like I looked at my friend, I'm like, "Wow, they freaking just skipped." I'm like, "Good." I'm like, thank you. We don't need to see, baby lifting a car or running through a cornfield. We don't need to see all that shit again. I mean, and then when they did flashback, it was different. It was different because, it was like times where
it was memories.
It was memory. Yeah, but it was like Clark realizing certain powers and then holding back as well. And of course, when Jonathan was just saying stuff like, "Dude, sorry, man, you have to just." You can't do this shit. I mean, like, it was like all the flashbacks were like perfect to just, and that's why like it took me a little bit when, because I didn't like the tornado Jonathan Kent thing at first. I've admitted that.
Yeah, that took a while to grow.
Yeah, but then when I watched and watched and watched, and then you take in the flashbacks, anytime there's a flashback with Jonathan and Clark, you go, anytime you just really emphasize on those, you go, oh, okay. Now I love the fucking tornado scene. I get it.
And it also, and not saying that this is bad and that you have to, but like as a parent, you understand it. Like you get it right away. You're like, no, I get, like he is like, I'm not going to allow my son to expose himself right now. Like I'm already fucked. You know what I mean? So he's like, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to allow my son to, it's my fault that I'm here. I'm not going to make him have to deal with that exposure because I failed. You know what I mean? Like
and preceded by the whole thing where Clark is acting like a little bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
And doing the whole, you're not. I don't want to be.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, and I get, like, I know Sean O'Connell has the problem. Everybody can have a problem with that. It's not a bad thing. It's just, I know he has a problem because that trope is you're arguing and then they die. Well, I mean, I get that. I understand that. But the whole point is that you are seeing somebody that he's not his father, but he's raised him like he is. And so,
can I just keep pretending I'm your son?
Yeah,
God,
exactly. You know what I mean? Like those moments.
Again, you have to take in those flashbacks. You got to put them all together in one long thing. And I think people don't. They have a hard time doing that. When you take all those flashbacks and you were to actually just break them down, you go, Jesus Christ! You realize like how that makes that scene, significant. The fact that when he's older and he says like, "You're not my real dad," even though when he said, "Can I just pretend on being your?" Oh God damn it, dude! I mean, like
the whole line about Jonathan telling him as well is, it comes down to choice, right? So in this version, he has to choose to not go save his dad, and I feel like that is the most important thing, that the reason that I liked it. Because the whole movie was about Clark's choices and, what makes him a good man and all of that. So removing that and just doing the heart attack or, whatever natural causes just wouldn't fit in this movie.
Yeah, because I was always like a person like that said like, well, that's the only thing that he couldn't save him from, which, yeah, it's true. But then at the same time, it's like, I like the fact that, like I said, with all the flashbacks and just a scenario where he could have saved him and didn't, that's going to strike a little bit harder. And the guilt is going to be way more, it's like, I could have saved him. And, you see like his face, like, should I do it? Should I do it? Like when that will happen. And then when he just goes like this, he goes, No,
But
and
you also got to remember that he doesn't know he could technically fly.
True.
Why would
But he
he?
knows he can probably move fast. That's
He
about
can move
it.
fast, but I mean, he
He
doesn't
probably
know
could kill. He probably could kill him doing that. Like,
But that's also the thing, because I go back to
the boys episode 1 moment.
Yeah,
Save his dad.
but going back to a
that
great
would be two
podcast,
Zack
if you
Snyder.
guys haven't listened to it, but Mosaic, the Man of Steel Answers podcast, and another thing to point out is that actually, if you watch the movies, he never has a Flash super speed. Whenever he moves fast, what's he doing? He's flying. He's not on the ground. Like even when he does like that scene in BVS when he like bursts through the smoke grenade.
Oh, yeah.
What his feet aren't on the ground. His speed is from his flying.
Yeah.
Good point.
From gravity. Yeah. Which again, he's he doesn't know he can fly yet. So what you know what I mean? He has no idea how to control that power, probably, right? Which, given it makes sense. I feel like that's easily understandable. Like Pa Kent doesn't know what the fuck he can do. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly.
Yeah.
He's not a Kryptonian. That's what I think is so. Like when you look at it from that point of view, and that kind of like logically, why do these things make sense? And that's why, I enjoy. Again, that's why I use Man of Steel's the logic to do anything is like, well, why do these certain things happen, and why should they work, and how can they work, and how do you ground this to where all of a sudden I could bring in fucking basically a character that can basically, not giving any spoilers away, but can utilize the mind and read it and make you think something else, or use their heat vision. Like, how do you make certain aspects of powers on point or even without kind of giving them because Superman is overpowered, like at the end of the day, but without using kryptonite, how do you get him to basically be not weak, because that's not what it is, but how can you defeat Superman without kryptonite? Oh, that's right. Make sure that he doesn't know, or give him a realistic, I guess, feeling of, dude,
James Gunn.
Yeah, like shit could happen. Like if I'm exposed, you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that was even the thing they did in the comics between the Silver Age and post-Crisis with John Byrne was, they famously depowered him. Like he can't go into space without an oxygen mask or a suit. And the animated series even went so far as to like he actually has to wear a space suit.
Yeah, I remember that.
When he goes into space, because the Silver Age had famously, one, given him way too many powers, and two, given him powers that were like, well, how the hell can you write a story when you can literally do anything? I mean, I think it was famous that John Byrne, when he was drawing him, the fact that the costume could get like ripped and torn, and like his cape could get like tattered, like that was like, what, his costume can be like destroyed, and John Byrne was like, well, yeah, it's a costume. Like we can do things. That's why it's so cool when you see like the Doomsday fight and you're like, he's messed up.
I think that was like that's what really drew me to that story too, because it's like, he's like impervious. Anytime he's like getting shot with bullets, it's just repelling off of it. It's not making a dent in the suit. But man, you see those drawings in the cover of
Dan Jurgens
Superman. Oh my god! And you go, oh my god, he's first off. I remember like friends are going like, wait, Superman doesn't bleed. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, I guess if he's fighting this, yeah. I mean, everybody. I mean, there's it's just because he's here and the sun is like making his skin impervious to like anything like that. But I mean, like that. I remember that striking a chord in my little brain when that came out, in my friend's brain, like, wait, Superman is bleeding, his suit is torn, what is happening here? And everybody was just like totally just, what the fuck? We like our minds were getting blown away by the whole aspect.
Man, you had to be there. Like you had to be there back in '92 when that.
Yeah, because people, I mean, you just couldn't contemplate it. You're like, what? Death of Superman? But we got somebody backstage who's like, obviously we're doing the Superman talk right now, and he's like getting anxious right here.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Shh.
Nuclear Man for the win.
Oh my God, he brought a Nuclear Man.
You brought a Nuclear Man shirt.
That's awesome. I love the fact that you wore that. I really.
I will say this though, real quick about capes and all that getting torn, all that. I was like, man, I can't have capes. That'd be weird in my stories. But you know what I could have, because I never see this, is like military, uniforms that are like fucking big ass capes, like almost like not trench coats, but military uniforms that are indestructible, and so they look like capes. It's like nobody really has that with swords in live action. So I was like, I'm gonna do that anyways.
Oh, like dusters, like
almost, but they're military, fucking military garb. I was like, dude, that makes sense. That's what I want. Anyways.
Okay.
Enosh, what's going on, buddy?
Welcome back, man.
Thank you. Superman talk. Like you're talking about being you're not
there. Wearing a hat too.
I was.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's that?
You're not wearing a hat.
I am not wearing a hat.
It's throwing me off a little bit.
This is the new.
He's got a different angle. He's got a different angle too.
He does have
a different lens. That's a different wide. That's a wide lens.
I guess so. I'm a different person today than I was. More on that some other time. No, I'm good. And we're talking about Superman, and I loved it. I've been sitting backstage for like 15 minutes going,
I know, sorry, buddy.
No, it's all good. It's just like, I was like, oh, Man of Steel, it's my favorite topic. Yes, you're saying the right things. Yes, you're saying the right things. And then you get into you got to get into John Burns reboot, which is like totally my thing, and I love.
This is how the two of us bond. Is like when we talk about John Burns.
Yes, I love John Byrne. Because I love everything that you said, Scott, like about what they did, to make Superman more relatable. And I always know that somebody has not read a Superman comic or like known what's gone in the comics for like the last 40 years. When they talk about just like all the Silver Age stuff and the overpowering and all that stuff, it's like people who haven't read like a Batman comic, in so long, and they or like watched anything Batman, and they're like, it's like them still hanging on to Adam West, it's like, that's Batman, like I get it. Everybody has their favorites and stuff, but man, like the comics from John Burns reboot all the way through, Jurgens and Ordway and I mean, and that whole team,
Simonson, and all of them,
between all the books, man, all those
the Triangle era.
Oh,
basically.
that team that like weekly, it was like weekly. You went to the comic book shop and you got that week's episode, of this ongoing thing, the never-ending battle that literally never ended, and it was just like, it was awesome. And I think it was just an era of that time that, I think Superman was at his best there for a while, and and it was just fun to read comics there for a while, that it was so gravitating. But I agree, man. Like I love the fact that Superman has had to deal with real life situations, for the last few decades, and people are finally starting to see that in some kind of live action, or whatever comic. But I love that. I think it's great. And I thought that Man of Steel showed that so perfectly. You guys were talking about the Pa Kent scene, and I get that scene. Like, I was a traditionalist too that said, like, I always thought it was cool, Pa Kent dies of a heart attack, Superman can't save that. But John, you brought up a point that I've been saying for a long time. We don't even know his power set at that point, because he's supposed to be a teenager. Like, he's supposed to be this young
training.
Right. So it's like everybody's like, well, he could have just ran right over there. We don't know that. We had not seen him use.
And actually, after 3 movies, we still haven't seen that.
Right.
Like, exactly.
So like, that's why he doesn't even race the Flash. He flies at the end of the other Justice League. So,
but it's not even that. It's like that. It should be prevalent in your mind whenever you see him doing his flight scene. Like, dude, he's literally leaped at first. You know what I mean? Like, he wasn't. He was like, oh, this. Oh, I can actually maybe fly. Oh shit, I can maybe do. Oh wait, no, I'm falling. Yeah, dude. What? I mean, this is him fucking at 33. Like, that was him, what, 20 maybe, or whenever
18 or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, dude, he's not gonna know how strong he is.
Exactly. And
which I always find, it's just, if you're, that's why I'm saying, like, Pa Kent, he knew that. Like, I feel like he had to have known that. He knew that. Listen, I'm not going to risk you exposing yourself on something that you may or may not be able to achieve.
Right.
I can't do anything. If you didn't exist, this is what would happen. You know
As
what I
long
mean?
as
Like,
he saved the dog. He saved the dog. That's all that matters, right?
right, I know. And that,
Yeah.
but even then, though, if you look at it from that point, right, if it was Ma Kent, okay, maybe it makes it even more to that sentimental. But hey, listen, I don't.
Yeah, but when it's a dad,
I know.
Yeah.
Well, no. What I mean though is saving, like, instead of because at the end of the day, like, I'm not.
Oh.
Listen, I love my pug. I love my dog, but bro, I'm sorry. Like, if it's my life or the dog's life, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like I'd be selfish and be like, you know what, dude, I love you, Ralphie, but that's a big ass fucking tornado. Okay.
Right.
You know
I
what I
can't
mean?
stop a tornado.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know. It's like, dude, I'm fucked.
But Enosh, to your point, I know that you and I have
Somewhere
had
over the rainbow.
And Enosh, I know you and I have had disagreements about this in particular, but something you just said about having a Superman who has to deal with some stuff.
Yes.
But I feel like the fact that Superman and Lois exists now as like a weekly television show, especially like what's going on this season in season 3, I feel like that. Wow, like on a weekly television show, like what they're allowing him to have to like struggle with and deal with, what I take that is like, oh wow, this is becoming a little bit more mainstream, that we're allowing Superman to have to, deal with this kind of stuff. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who hasn't started watching season 3 yet, but I'm going to say I continue to still really enjoy that show, and please do not hold the fact that it's on the CW. Don't hold that against it as a show, because like I've said before, other times I've brought the show up, somebody decided that we could actually do a pretty good network TV show on Superman, and they're delivering. So,
I think it's the best show story-wise they've put out since the first season of Arrow, personally.
This season? I noticed a quality jump in this season.
Yeah.
I've had all kinds of complaints about the show. I mean, most of my complaints, honestly, have been the stupid suit that he wears, because the suit that they had him in was ridiculous. I mean, in that
you mean in Supergirl or season 1?
No, season one of Superman. I already kind of like didn't like the Supergirl version with the cape and all that stuff, but I would take that suit right now over the nonsense that they've been showing us, where like literally he goes like this and his whole chest goes, and he looks like a turtle. Like, that opening scene, man, when he's like doing that, when he's doing the thing and he's like coming down with the, the ice thing that they're doing the homage to, Superman 3, and it's like his chest is way up here, and he's just, and I mean, it was just so ridiculous. And it's like, I even like the Fleischer suit that they tried to put him in.
Better.
It was better, but it still was like, well, that's not him.
Puffy.
It's just like walking around like this, and then what was it, last season where it looked like he was wearing a freaking sweater, and I was just
and the emblem was like a little small. It was like
it was a little too small,
super dirty, and and it's like Superman never cleans his clothes anymore. It's just I don't know, man, but and so those were a lot of my complaints. Plus, I noticed also a jump so far this season in how Lois treats Clark.
Yes.
Because
I've been paying attention to that, because I know that's been something where like I knew that's been one of your pet peeves.
Yep.
Like I said, things that haven't bothered me, but like literally, Enosh, I think of you while I watch Superman and Lois. Like,
well, I was happy when like they started off the one episode that like actually showed them in bed together, and I was just like, that's cool, because like she hasn't acted like she's liked him for 2 seasons. Or on Supergirl for that matter, when she looked right at him and said, "Clark, the world doesn't need you as long as it has Supergirl." Like, that's not even a Lois thing, man.
That is called emasculating right there, folks.
Right. Lois should always give Clark a hard time and razz him and call him Smallville and all that stuff. But like some of the things that they had her saying to him, man, it was just like,
that's what she calls his junk. Sorry. Anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, right. Like, just, it was crushing. It was like she was stabbing the knife in, twisting it around. It was like she had cheated on him with her boss and run off and left all of her kids. And just left everybody there alone and didn't know what to do. And, and just betrayal. Absolute fucking betrayal. And
That's
Superman
really
just has to deal with all that. But hey, the thing is Superman is able to rise above.
That's what it is. That's what
and
it's about.
that's what Superman does. And so Superman just like dealt with it for 2 seasons or 10 and a half years. And then, then Superman just said one day, yeah, you know what? Go off with Perry White. He's an old fuck that's going to probably die soon. And he almost lost a leg last year. So good luck with that. Yeah. Then Superman moved on, and now season 3 is nice, and he's starting off episodes in bed with Lois. So I mean, I think the point of this is be a dick because that's what girls like.
Well, speaking of,
hey Garza,
if you catch what I'm throwing
down. No, I was going to say, speaking of hardships,
yes.
I think there's only 2 of us in this panel that are going to be seeing Man of Steel next week, right? In theater?
Yes.
Yeah. You all suck. You all suck. You all freaking suck.
One of
you don't even know how bad you all freaking suck right now.
Yeah, we do.
I was right there, man. I was gonna be there, and then life fell apart. And
It's seen Justice League in IMAX.
Oh no, that's
the
I'm
big
so
one.
envious of you guys.
That's a big one. I've seen the other 2, and I've seen BVS in the Art Center, the first SnyderCon. It's going to be cool to see Man of Steel in that setting with a bunch of fans because it's
it'd be badass if he surprised you with the IMAX version of it. But anyways, go on.
I don't think that's gonna.
I know because it's
because it's gonna be there. But it's gonna be pretty amazing. But that Sunday is just gonna be.
Oh, no, trust me. I keep on pointing to people going, you need to understand why this is a big deal. I have only ever seen this movie on this 65-inch screen right here. That's my TV.
What, Man of Steel?
Same.
No. Oh, you're talking about Zack. Okay.
No, because I saw Man of Steel.
Well, no. I was like, wait, what did you just say? Like, Man of Steel? What the fuck?
I'm talking about Zack Snyder's Justice League. Going, I've only seen it on like this TV.
Yeah.
Like you got to understand why I am like. Literally, I posted, and Dave, thanks for sharing it on Film Junkie Live. But I am going to be vlogging, this whole thing, and as part of the Squadcast Media YouTube channel and our Patreon.
Rick.
And so, because there's going to be some stuff that's going to be publicly available, but then pay to play. It's
it's like, gotta do it. Yeah,
absolutely.
So, but if you saw that first video, literally like. My bag is packed. Like it's.
I know. When you said that, I was like, "Of course, your bag's already packed." Like Scott's like already on top of it.
I mean, like
that one's gonna have the intermission, right? I'm assuming.
Yes, it's gonna have the intermission. Yeah, it's gonna have the intermission.
Totally gonna have it.
And that's the problem. It's like I don't want to go to the bathroom.
I want to hear the junkie score.
I want to hear the junkie score. I want to hear the sweet.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be that's what's so like cool about that is like we get that intermission that he's been talking about, and he talked about recently, obviously with the Russo brothers.
On Pizza Film School,
which was just a great fucking interview.
And that's the thing is I've seen people, I've seen some people give it shit because they didn't. I don't even want to call it an interview. I felt like it was more because I think if you think of it like an interview, people.
Well, it wasn't an interview. It
was a conversation. It was a conversation between directors, and I really enjoyed that.
Which is something that I don't think a lot of people even realize is kind of, listen, for all the bullshit, as much as I could say that Infinity War was great, obviously it wasn't the best. Endgame was all right, whatever. They still did something that nobody really could do. I mean, look at Josh Whedon, the way he handled the Avengers versus the Russo brothers, the way they handled you know what I mean? Like, there is a complete difference in these 2 directors. And so you look at that side and them having to deal with Feige, and I don't know how they are with directors as far as, like if they really are directing, listen, they're real directors. Bottom line, they're real directors. And you have the opposite side of Zack, where Zack got fucked over by a studio. I mean, at the end of the day, if Zack probably had his druthers, he would probably rather have somebody being able to he would know if he's not going to get fucked over versus what happened at WB. You get what I mean? Russo brothers know they're not going to get fucked over on their film. That's why they were able to release a 3-hour version. You get what I mean?
Well, I think what I gathered when it came to the discussion was like the fact that, I mean, when they were talking about that kind of stuff. I mean, and they didn't go into super detail. I was really hoping that they were going to be like, you know, dig into that aspect of it, but they did talk about how, you know, when the Russos, when they moved forward after, you know, obviously when it came to Winter Soldier, and arguably that's still the best one, you know, when it comes to the MCU, they talked about how they kept learning when it came to certain things, especially with marketing and working with the studio and everything. And I was kind of hoping that they were going to like start kind of digging into some of the stuff with WB, but I can understand why they probably didn't. They were like, hey, let's not get into the weeds when it comes to all that. But I do like the fact that, you know, we're seeing two different styles. I mean, we have two directors who made two really big Avengers movies. Then you have one director who made the only Justice League movie. I mean, we're not counting the other one, but you know, and then I love the fact that at the beginning of the interview, the first thing that they wanted to emphasize about it was the fact that it's like, dude, how do your VFX look so fucking just you know, and it's like, yeah, you guys had a little trouble with that, didn't you? You know, it's like, you know, let's face it, you know, that Civil War airport scene is a little, you know, but you see Zack's VFX and his action sequences, like they fucking pop, they leap off the goddamn screen so beautifully, and I love the fact that they emphasized that right at the beginning, and then talked about Zack's background as a painter and just that whole thing, and I thought it was beautiful.
I was also very intrigued though with the Russo brothers talking about their they have an extremely collaborative process that I thought was really interesting to like. It's like nothing's done until they just say like they really felt like they practiced that art is never finished. You just stop working on it. And yeah.
Because there was a thing that Zack said, and I was like, I fucking absolutely relate to that. When he talked about Chris Terrio, and he has these fucking quotes, and he has these things all fucking just littered around. They're all like, notes, yes. And I was like, if you could see my table that all this shit is on, I'm like, yes. I mean, dude, I will watch anything, and if I hear one fucking line of dialogue that I love, I'm like, oh fuck yeah, I'm writing that, because it's just like inspiration. And I was like, fuck, man, that is such a. It's funny that Zack mentioned that. Yeah, it's funny that Zack mentioned that, and the Russos kind of understood it as well. Just, I mean,
this makes no sense. That's like sticky notes on a Moleskine.
This is what I do. Look at all that. Look at all that. Look at all that. I mean, that's like
that's what I've got.
Yeah, I have notes for days on my Google Keep right there.
But yeah,
I know shout out to Steven. Oh, real quick, because he's not here. So shout out to Steven about being right about not being able to shoot in the volume like an asshole. And,
oh yeah, I know. He tagged you. He tagged you on a Twitter post, and I talked about it on. He tagged you because he's like, normally I'm not as petty.
I know.
But I mean, he brought up the fact that you're limited when it comes to shooting in the volume. Like, as cool as that technology can be, it's like, yeah, but if you have like a big scope and you really want to make like a battle that has hundreds of people involved and you're trying to make it as real as possible, even though it's a sci-fi movie, you're limited. I mean, you can't just like, you know, oh yeah, okay, we're gonna shoot this way and then we're gonna switch and we're gonna be in the same space, but we're shooting this way because it's different. And that was noticeable in Obi-Wan and in Loki in certain spots where it's like, yeah, I mean, I think like you know, Matt Reeves
just look at
the best. Yeah,
look at Ant-Man.
Well,
a lot of that was shot in the volume, and then looking at that on the big screen, I was like, it took me out of it a couple of times because I was like, that's really crappy. Like that looks horrible.
But Matt Reeves utilized it the best because he was like, I'm not going to utilize this to, you know, in a scenario where it's this. I'm going to utilize this for background. For Gotham City, and when you see those shots, you're like, "Oh my god, beautiful shots!"
And House of the Dragon.
And then you find,
Well, and also that's probably partially due to Greg Fraser, the DP, as well.
Oh yeah, that helped too.
Knowing how to light
the worst
something.
example is Love and Thunder, though. Like it was very, very clear they were standing in the midst of.
I don't think they even tried to hide it. Honestly,
they did not. It showed. That was bad.
That movie's terrible.
But I was surprised to see that the Fablemans also had.
Oh
Had
yeah.
the volume?
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
shit. But did he probably utilized it in the same way that Matt Reeves and
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
like backgrounds.
yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're utilizing it for like an action sequence, it's a little rough. I mean, but I know like
Well, no, I mean, there's really no way to do that because
you can't do that when
small.
it's like when it's a wide shot. I mean, obviously when you see the behind the scenes of the chase sequence in the Batman, they kind of utilized, I guess, that when it was like the up close and you have the background. And I know they like did that. You see the behind the scenes, you see like, you know, Colin Farrell Penguin in the and even Pattinson in there, and you see like how they kind of utilized, you know, a version of that because you could see it's not green screen, but you could see like the moving background. Okay, that works. But when it's wide, it's just that's where you start losing, and that's where the technology needs to evolve. And I think, and I'm glad that they actually talked about that on part 2. Is the fact that it's like, yeah, there's so many things that are evolving that they could still utilize, but if it doesn't work, it doesn't fucking work. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, and Zach tried to, you know, they tried to make it work, didn't work. So now it's like, all right, we got to go back to the old ways, you know, as bringing it back to Dark Side. Anyways, but yeah, that. So
There was something though he said that I'm pretty sure I can't remember it, but there's something where I was like, "Wait, what?" Like I'm pretty sure he was talking about Rebel Moon, but
I know that's funny. He wouldn't mention Rebel Moon, but he said the movie I'm working on now.
Yeah, I know.
He said he was going to meet some stunt-based people right after the interview.
Yeah,
and I was wondering what that's for because the filming of Rebel Moon is done.
I mean, the only thing it could be would be additional or reshoots, but
yeah.
But we,
I mean,
but let's also take into account we don't know when Pizza Film School was
that too.
shot.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Good point.
I mean, how
could have been not a while ago.
Yeah, it could have been, but you know, who knows? But I mean, that's also another thing that I'm really waiting for, or not waiting for, but just interested. You know, that's like the because I was thinking about it in my head. You know, hey, if Rebel Moon is in 2 parts, which I guess it's going to be 3, but whatever, that's cool. Is he going to end the first part with the potential baddie arriving or doing something like there?
There'll be a cliffhanger. It's got to be a cliffhanger, right?
It could be, but you could also do it to where you have a cliffhanger after he arrives or whatever, and then after the second time is all about, you know, beating him, doing all. It's going to be interesting to see how he like does the story, because obviously if it's really heavily featured of like Seven Samurai and all that, and some of us in the know that kind of know the idea of what he wanted to do with his Star Wars film, you're like, okay, I could see like there's ways that he can make it and end it with a cliffhanger, or he can just go, no, I'm gonna dick tease you. I'm not gonna do that yet. So I'll be curious, because I mean, if they're gonna do 3 films, right? That's the whole thing.
Yeah, 3.
But like, I wonder why they're not shooting the 3rd one now.
Well, I mean, I think they're just kind of. I mean, he shot the first 2 parts, and you know, from what I gathered, you know, he's probably got enough footage that's as long as the Zack Snyder's Justice League trilogy. Maybe I don't know if it's that long, but I mean, he even talked about how, you know, they brought up that in the interview where
he never has a cut that's less than 4 hours.
Yeah, there's that. The assembly cut is always like very long, and then they even says like, you know, and they were like, you know, you shoot everything, you shoot too much, and he goes, yeah, but I don't feel like I'm shooting too much. Like he always is like when he is shooting, he always feels like this is needed. So he's always got a lot of things covered, which is great. You want that?
Well, it's just like a writer. It's always easier to cut things than try to add things. So it's
absolutely.
So overriding is always better. Because it's like editing and revision. It's always better to pare it down than realize you don't have enough, and you have to go back and try to.
And he even talked about how like you could shoot a whole scene, and then it's like, yeah, the whole scene doesn't exactly work, but this one part in the scene, that's what we need. So we don't need a lot of this other stuff. You don't know until you're actually like watching it. It's like, do we need to see the character full on walk from this point to that point? No, we could cut that down. Or, you know, it's like the scenes, like what is heavy in this scene? Oh, it's this part right here. We got to emphasize this part. So then you just start sanding it down to just like, this is this is what we need. Do we need like little things over here? No, it's not pivotal for this right here. And I thought that was really cool that they emphasized that.
Well, it's funny you say that, like no bullshit. I could describe it like this, but I really don't, because a lot of people take it differently. But I also say, not to bring it back to this real quick, but my book, it's also like Apocalypto. Like if y'all have seen that movie,
nice.
That's essentially what it's Apocalypto, but Star Wars, if you can imagine it, and Game of Thrones. Because
rip off.
you're so engrossed in this certain situation that but you also, as a reader, you know there's other shit happening, and that's cool. But you know, with Apocalypto, what I thought was so fucking brilliant is that you're just, you know, you're watching this happen, and it's the whole time you're just like, okay, cool, and then at the very end you're like, oh, okay, so this isn't even. I mean, technically this is the big deal, but it's not. That's a fucking big deal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You've seen these fucking Christian Spaniards fucking break shore. You're like, oh shit, they don't even know what the fuck's about to happen. Dang. You know what I mean?
So many inspirations, man. I like it.
Yeah.
But we got somebody joining right now.
Uh-oh.
Whoop.
Old Ben.
What's going on, guys?
Hey, right on time, Ben.
What's up,
Wasn't
Holden?
it, wasn't
Ben,
it great
are
when
you
they were
not gonna-
talking about Brois?
Ben, are you not going to be in Pasadena this coming weekend?
Shut the fuck.
Right? Thank you, Ben. Tell them to shut the fuck up. Yes.
Oh, whoa, we got
That's
Enoch dropping in that farm.
No.
That's cold.
Ben's a special case. Ben's
cold.
a special case. I know.
Yeah, I know.
I love you.
There was no way. I'm glad that I didn't. Well, I wanted to be there.
Oh, wait, this
but
is a live broadcast, isn't it?
Whoop, can't edit that out now, you know.
Yeah, next week there was definitely not. I probably would have been putting my ticket up for sale or something.
Yeah.
Definitely next week. Yeah.
I know.
I
You
don't-
got things. Your own
Yeah,
reality.
You got things. We know, Ben. I just had to give you shit like at the
I
very
know.
beginning, you know, because I
People
love
to
you.
do, things to see.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be.
Garza, have you spoken about your book yet?
No.
Wait, hold on. Wait on. Somebody wrote a book?
No, I've been listening.
I thought I heard something about that, but I don't know. I've been kind of out of the loop.
Can I just say this though? Like Ben, there's a point. Like he got the full thing. So before I broke it up, he got the full thing. And
that's why I didn't want to be here at the beginning, because I'm not really. I don't have a poker face.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah, he would probably spoil some things, which you can't.
Yeah.
But let's just put it this way: there's something that happens later on in the second part. As soon as this fucker got to it and he read it, the motherfucker called me up. He's like, "Bro, are you serious?" He's like, "You're serious? This is what?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, no, that's." I was like, "I mean, it makes sense." He was like, "Yeah, but
No, it didn't.
I was like, no. Like, it makes sense. All this shit makes sense.
Is it another Brois moment?
Yeah. No, it's just it's just like a moment where you're like,
good.
Ooh, yeah, we're gonna talk about that.
You know, it in the story and in the context of everything that I've written, as far as everything I've shown, it just makes sense. Like it does. It has to.
It did. It's just
and
it
so
was just a lot.
I always like when an author says, "What I write makes sense."
Well, no, because it has to.
I know. I'm just.
It has to make sense. I couldn't. I'm not one to go.
I know I've read some books that don't make much sense. So.
Well, no, I mean, because I've looked at some things and I'm like, why would you do that? Like, why would you make this decision, or why is this character doing this, or why is it whatever? And
sure, yeah.
To me, as somebody that's been involved with this so long, I'm looking at things like that now, and so I'm like, I try to make sure that I'm not just doing shit just to like, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
Like, and the surprising thing about that is as I'm writing my second volume, there was a part where I was like, I know that they're doing something. I know this whatever is doing something, but I was like, I really don't know how they're doing it or why they're doing it. And it wasn't until I was like midway in the chapter, I was like, oh, fuck, that's why it's happening. Just clearly, just subconsciously, I was like, no, I knew that, but I didn't know it me, like personally, and I was like, that means my reader's going to be like, oh shit, they're going to feel that oh shit moment, and then, but it'll also make sense because it's already been there. So all I'm saying is, if I got a call from Ben being like, the moment something happened and he called me, I was like, all right, it worked because
you got a reaction. You got that reaction.
Because it wasn't a oh man, why would you do that? Because I mean, essentially at first it was kind of like that, but I was like, but you also haven't kept reading. So like you gotta keep going. But
I don't think you should be talking about this because it's in the second book.
Yeah. But you know, but either way, it's still
and I'm gonna fucking spill the beans.
Yeah. There's a second book.
Oh, there's gonna be like a volume.
Five books.
Nice.
He's got it ready to go. He's got it ready to go, man. He's done his shit, man. And he's got a map and everything.
That's awesome.
It's just, it starts off like Man of Steel, and then it goes to fucking Zack Snyder Justice League Part 2 or 3.
Part 2.
Are you gonna sell it to Netflix?
Yeah.
There it is.
Snyder Cut.
Let's see. Will Dave the Film Junkie suffer the wrath of the internet over that comment? Let's ask the Magic 8 Ball, shall we?
Most likely.
Don't count on it. You got lucky there, Dave.
Okay.
Good job.
Because he didn't bring up James Gunn during that. That's why.
Back
to the Magic 8 Ball here.
You know what's funny? I have a Funko Pop of one of those soldiers.
It is definitely so. You're going to get it for the James Gunn thing because it says it's definitely so.
Shit.
But by the way, Man of Steel Q&A next Friday. Leave your questions in the comment section below for a chance to have them answered during the live stream.
Holy shit.
This was posted an hour ago. So,
one of you guys have to buy something for me. I'll tell you in the group.
Hey, but also, can y'all also make sure not to ask any Spider-Man related questions?
Yeah.
I'll do it just for you, Garza.
Yeah.
Just for you.
I hope James Gunn shows up and is on the panel for some reason.
Dude, you know,
that would be amazing.
Good. I would love to see that.
Dude,
I would love to see the backpedaling and like the trying to flip over their own tongues to try to like figure out a way to like make it that like Zack secretly hated him and that's why he had him on the panel because he's trying to keep his enemies close.
It's all ridiculous because it's just like, you know, I mean, there was always a chance that could happen, but James Gunn, of course, is, you know, promoting. You know, so he's all over the place. They were just in Korea, apparently. I don't know. I mean, who knows? Who knows?
I mean, who knows? They were going to fly Henry Cavill in back at, you know, DC thing, you know, the Comic-Con. You know?
What?
They're going to fly Cavill across the world for 2 hours.
What are you going to say? What are you going to say, Garza?
I was going to say, when Zach was talking about BVS, and he was talking about the Justice League script and all that. I mean, obviously we know about those things, but it's interesting to think of like how, I mean, realistically, BVS was like the start of it all, which is fucking wild to think of. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I didn't know until I saw the episode of the Pizza Film School that Justice League wasn't on the table until BVS happened. I thought that was interesting.
Well, yeah, because they basically told him, hey, Avengers happened in 2012. Man of Steel comes out in 2013. Avengers makes $1 billion. They're like, hey,
yeah,
I know we were trying to do this whole Man of Steel is going to be like the Dark Knight and all that shit, but we need a Justice League film. So he was like, well, I mean, damn, dude. All right.
You know what's funny too is like I talked about that a long time ago, which was funny because that was not originally the plan at first. It was just like, okay. I mean, no, it's funny too because I can't wait till like Zach can actually just sit down and just be like, you know what? Let's talk about this whole journey like full on because I mean, obviously he got, you know, Christopher Nolan recommended him for Man of Steel, and Christopher Nolan was there too.
He turned it down. He turned it down.
Yeah. But then when he did have it, it was like the fact that Christopher Nolan was there to just, you know, just to slap the hands of all the Hollywood, you know, the Warner Brothers suits to be like, what is he doing? Like, nope, just let him do it. Let the man cook. Let the man cook. I mean, that's the thing. When it came to BVS, then it was like, all right, we gotta, you know, we have this film, and then of course people were like, the reaction to it, and just all the different changes that had to be made. I mean, I know he even said in the interview too, is like he regret, stuff I talked about, like not compromising with certain things. But I mean, obviously you got to compromise with
didn't he bring up a thing about critics too during that? I'm pretty sure he did.
Yeah,
where he was talking about not making things for critics specifically. Like,
no, Russo, one of the Russos
said that.
One of the Russos was bringing that up.
But that's why I kind of felt like they were like,
that what he said? No compromise is not even worth it.
Yeah,
right. Because and that relates to BVS and not allowing set visits. You know what I mean? All those publicists or all the geek sites were all pissed off. So they're like, yeah, fuck that movie. I mean,
yeah, and it's. I mean, I would not be surprised if like he ends up writing a book about the whole fucking thing one of these days. Just like he's just gonna sit down and just in front of like his laptop, just write a book about the whole thing and just talk about everything that happened. Well, we get a sense of it, but just to get
what's also funny is that I want to say, and I literally might be misremembering, so I apologize if I am, but I'm almost positive that I remember asking Zach about if he could direct a different genre, and if there was a book, and he had said Blood Meridian, right?
Blood Meridian,
because it was on the Vodka stream, because we mentioned the Western. Because I remember Tim and I got really excited because we're giant Cormac McCarthy fans. So when he mentioned Blood Meridian, Tim and I were like, yes.
Yeah. So I remember. So I'm pretty sure I asked him that. So it was funny that when they asked him just what genre would he want, he said Western again. So I'm like,
dude, I need that movie. I need that.
I feel like that's the next movie he would make.
Yeah.
Dude, I need that movie. I need that. I mean, that's like what's so great. Oh,
I feel like that's going to be his next movie after he breaks away from whatever. That's going to be his next. Like Nolan did with. Inception.
I think he's gonna do an artsy-fartsy movie.
Well, that's what
the last photograph.
The last photograph.
I don't know. I don't see him.
And then what about what's the other one? The Latitudes, Horse.
No, Horse Latitudes.
Yeah, that is the same thing.
That is the same thing.
Oh yeah, that is.
Horse Latitudes was the rename, is the new name for what the last photograph was going to be.
Sorry.
That's what I'm saying. I like. The fact that he already knew that he wanted to make Blood Meridian when I asked him, and he gets asked again, what genre would he like to actually direct? That it wasn't hey, what do you want? And he said Western, because we've already asked him that, and we know the book he wants to like. Like I feel like, I wonder if he's kind of pitched it somewhere to. Hey, look, maybe let's this, because I mean why else would he say Western? I know why, but. I mean,
that was almost instantly. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, it was quick. He was like Western.
Yeah, he knew exactly what he wanted to do next, and I mean, and that's what's great. It's like, yeah, okay, so he's been tackling this stuff, and I mean, maybe Netflix will give that to him too, because I like the fact that when they were talking about studios and things like bringing things to the table, he said that Netflix has not been the barrier that he's had before. When it came to pitching ideas, and it's just like good. We're glad that he has this awesome relationship where the studio is just going, wait a minute, what the fuck you doing, man? What is this? They're just going, what'd you want to do? All right, go ahead, man, go ahead, do it. And I do like the fact too that when it comes to when we were talking about new technology, when they were talking about the volume and stuff, but they were talking about streaming and the fact that they were just kind of going like, I mean, he even said like, there's no way that 13-year-olds were not watching Army of the Dead on their phone in the bathroom. It's like, they probably peeked in on it like, oh, what's this zombie movie that's all crazy? And, utilizing that space. It's like, filmmakers make movies for the theater experience. Sure. But at the same time, it's like, you have to adapt to the fact that somebody's going to watch it on their fucking phone with their goddamn pants around their ankles, and they're going to get those red marks on their knees when they're, because they're looking at their goddamn phone. That's just where we live in now. It's just where we live in now. It's all.
They can't walk afterwards because they cut off the circulation. You get like the pins and needles feeling. Yeah.
Oh, we've all been in that situation where like we're done. We've been done, but we're still there because we're watching something. It's like,
I've been told we're done, but but I just keep watching.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Yeah, that's what you got to. You know what? When you're done doing your thing, and then but you're still watching a video or scrolling through some stuff. That's just what happens. It's just what happens. Yeah.
Scott, can you just be the one to ask him about Blood Meridian? Be like, hey, Zach, I'm just quick question. You mentioned something about Blood Meridian one time. You mentioned Westerns on the pizza thing. When are you directing Blood Meridian? Just ask him that. See what he says.
You know me, Garza. Like I am just so sitting on go with like. Yeah. The problem I run into, like those questions, Garza, is that I ask the questions that no one else gives a shit about. But you know what? I don't care because it's the shit I want to know about.
But hey, dude, that's still not a Spider-Man question. Like that's at least directly related to him. Like, dude, what's your next movie?
Yeah, but even at the same time, it's like, hey, I want to know what his favorite Spider-Man is. But at the same time, it's like, but in that setting, this could be more of a personal setting.
That's a question in a post Zack Snyder Justice League world, okay?
Personal, yeah. Very true. Very true. Very true.
That question does not exist. I don't ask him about Blood Meridian if Zack Snyder Justice League is a possibility. You know what I mean? Like that's not possible because I'm thinking of Zack Snyder Justice League. Now that we've gotten it, I can be like, hey, Blood Meridian.
I mean, when I remember when I was reading Blood Meridian and I posted it on Vero. And I mean, he went out of his way to like comment underneath it. Great book. I'm like, yeah, thanks, appreciate it. Yeah. I think it is too. It's Cormac McCarthy, Oh man, but yeah, I'm hoping for that opportunity. That's something Dave and I have been talking about. Is like just trying to be like, what's gonna next weekend is like because we don't even know the schedule yet. So it's like
the movies, the days, right?
We just know the days, and we know that Zack Snyder Justice League is at 1:00 on Sunday.
Yeah, because they had to rent out the IMAX theater.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the other,
there's not assigned seating, right? So it's just whatever.
There's not assigned seating. It's just
it's bullshit.
First come, first serve.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like
welcome to the '90s.
Nah, I mean it's fine. It's whatever. But yeah, we don't know. Yeah, but. I mean, I think what's going to be fun. I think that first night when we get the cocktail hour. I mean, he's gonna roam through. He's gonna be out there, and I don't know, like how many people are gonna. Obviously, there's gonna be like at least over 200 people probably the first night.
Literally
214.
214 is how many art center seats.
Yeah, so there's going to be about 214 people. So that's going to be interesting. I don't know how much mingling he's going to do, or if it. Because apparently, I remember last time I didn't go all 3 nights, but first night he was just mingling with people, but there wasn't a ton of people like there's going to be like this time. When it came to BVS night, he didn't really mingle that much. I mean, he was on stage talking about it before we watched the movie, and then of course there's the Q&A afterwards, and then we all waited in line to get the shit signed and all the stuff like that. So, but it's gonna be interesting to see how this all plays out. But I mean, it's just gonna be a good time no matter what. And we're talking about even I know some people even asked me when it comes to just. I know. I mean, not to take away from the event, but I mean, at the same time, there are people that are like, "Hey, is you guys gonna go somewhere where we can meet?" And that we're talking about that right now too. We'll work out those details where people who actually want to just hang out with, the crew that's gonna be here, that's gonna be there. We're talking about a certain location that could be pretty fun, but yeah. Yeah,
I mean, because for you, you're driving up. I mean, I'm literally flying from one end of the country to,
Yeah, I'm gonna be everybody's Uber driver, pretty much, which I'm okay with. Yeah, I won't drink that much.
Yeah, I appreciate the fact that you're coming to pick me up at the time that I'm going to be arriving. I really do.
Yeah, you and Steven are. It's gonna be. But it's okay. Coffee is a thing.
Coffee is a thing. Yes, it is.
It's gonna.
I don't even want it at the time.
I'll go and tell you, I'm getting into LAX. I'm scheduled to get in LAX midnight.
Yeah,
local time.
Shit,
not too bad. Not too bad.
It'll be like 8:00 for us, so you'll be fine.
8:00 for us.
That's true.
For me and Scott. I mean,
Yeah, but that's after I've been on an airplane for like 6 hours. You know?
Yeah, that's a trip. That's a trip.
Damn, dude, it's in a
But,
6-hour flight.
Yeah, I'm trying to
from
remember.
the East Coast to the West.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I gotta go because I have to do a connecting flight because I'm flying out of Birmingham. I only have a 55-minute layover in Atlanta, so I'm so hoping I don't get fucked in Atlanta because I gotta make sure I can make that I can make it to my plane because then I got a red eye from Atlanta to LAX.
The ATL airport is a fucking mess.
Oh,
Yeah,
it
it's
is
a nightmare.
Oh,
So is LAX. LAX is a mess too. I'm not looking forward to it, but you know, what can you do? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know when Steven's coming in. Is he coming in almost around the same time? I can't remember.
He hasn't verified because
he hasn't.
When we first got our tickets, we had talked about that. Yeah, I think we're looking at the same.
Around the same time.
Around the same times. But
well, yeah. Steven sounds like a bitch, and I don't care because he's not here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey,
all I know is Garza.
All I know is that for me, and I got to say this. We've made this joke, I feel like, and I also got to talk about it on Lisa's I Love That Movie podcast when I got to talk about Zack Snyder's Justice League. But I made the joke that the real Snyder cut was the friends we made along the way. But that's almost what this event kind of gets to be is
exactly what
all these people who for the last 5 freaking years, I when I talk to like family and friends here, I say they're my internet friends. Yeah. Because I've literally never met them in person, but like I know them. Yeah. And this event, I mean, yes, it can be cool to see the movies, but remember the movies are only going to be like in the late afternoon, evening time. Like we have days where we're going to
be chilling.
We're going to be chilling and stuff. And so for me, I'm looking forward to the fact that I get to meet Dave in person. I get to meet Steven in person and Joey and all these other people that, we got freaking 9 guys living in a house. Like, we got 9 of us in a house. Like that's just
not all the days, thankfully, but hey,
not all the days, thankfully, but it's going to be that sense of community of, hey, we've been talking for 5 freaking years. Can you believe we're actually in person now?
Yeah. Well, and it's funny too because not to obviously I am who I am, but if you were to meet me in person, this is how I am. There's no all of a sudden you're
we're all pretty much like
I don't think there's a switch that makes you look at people different because I remember when Steve came over, I thought I was gonna see him in different, but it was just Steven. It's like, okay.
Well, it was last year. It was like last year when I finally met Tim. We've literally been podcasting for 7 years at that point. And we finally meet up in person and it was just yeah, this is Tim.
Yeah. Well, it's like me and Ray. We live literally 10 minutes from each other, and I can't get that guy to come over here for nothing. I mean, I used to. I mean, I know his wife. I mean, I've known his wife longer than I've known it. His wife tried to get me and Ray together back in the day because we were both DC fans and didn't even know each other. And that guy still won't give me the time of day. So
it's okay.
It's much like some other people in my life who are not giving me the time of day, but it's okay. Because
it's funny though, because Amanda, Steven's wife, Amanda.
I love Dave's reaction.
I know.
Thank you, Dave.
You're killing me.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Amanda came here to Austin,
saying it all without saying a thing.
She was talking about something we were watching the kind of the thing that she was here for in Austin, and as we're just watching it, and keep in mind that. Again, I'm looking for inspiration no matter what. I don't give a shit what it is. And these people were saying something. So I started writing it down. I started typing it in my notes section. I was like, oh, that's a badass fucking line. And after a couple of these things are done, she was kind of well, she was trying to explain a little bit about it. I was like, oh, dude, there's no, it's fine. I don't think you don't have to sell me on this. It's okay. It's nothing wrong with it. She's like, oh, well, just a lot of people on whatever. I was like, dude, you could have told me we were going to this fucking sex club that I have to be initiated with some random person and I have to wear a mask and I have to say this code word to get in. And I would have been
eyes wide shut.
I know. I'd have been oh, okay. I'm not trying to I already knew what I was getting into. It's not like I had to basically pretend that I was some, that I wasn't me. You know what I mean? Like, I've never shown in any of these years that I've been on either here or even on our live broadcast when we would do our podcast that I am ever this fucking insecure or prude type of, oh my God, you said what? You did what? I'm offended. Like, dude, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? And so, like, that'd be the same thing if we met in person. Like, you wouldn't be able to, like, offend me by talking. I don't know. It's a weird thing. You get what I mean? Does that make sense?
No, it does make sense. No,
the only difference is that now Dave doesn't have the computer screen between drunk Scott and him. Like, that's the only thing that,
know. And we getting fucked up. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna see drunk Scott in person, motherfucker.
Give him some herbs too.
He's gonna yell Zach too.
This guy. But we got somebody from the land down under showing up.
Oh, Damien.
Oh man, I was hoping it was Steven too.
It's Damien.
Yeah, it's Damien. What's up?
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going pretty good, sir. How you doing?
Why would the guys with glasses are at the bottom? What the fuck was?
What are you talking about? I'm up,
Yeah, Dave puts himself at top.
Yeah, exactly. It's not my fault.
Wait, hold on, Ben. Are you trying to say that Dave doesn't count?
I know, right?
Because Dave is a human being. Dave is a human being that deserves dignity and respect. Unlike what some people will give you if you spend your whole life just loving them and treating them right. But no, they won't give you that respect. And Dave knows what that's like. Dave has fought that fight. And we stand here today with Dave. No matter who leads you, Dave, for their boss.
Something totally different.
All I know is, if I was fucking Dave, he better give me some more loving. That's all I'm saying.
I would, man. We would be sharing a bed, Garza.
Bro, we'd be having a good time.
I'd be the little spoon, obviously.
I know. It just reminds me of Dave Chappelle. He's like, men, barbecues. I love you. I love you too, dog. Let's get married. Yeah. Yuck. What? Fucking Chappelle, man. I love it.
Oh man. No, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be, I already have people that were like messaging saying like, oh man, can't wait to meet and and stuff like that. It's gonna be it is a surreal thing because I will say like when I went to the first one and when you actually, people are like, oh my God, hey, it's you, and I'm like, yeah, what? You don't even know. Scott, just be ready for that. Even Steven, where it's just like,
oh no, when it's happened to me at my Walmart, I'm just like,
it'll be a little different though when pretty much everybody in the building knows who you are. Though that's what's interesting.
Oh yeah, big dick energy, huh?
Pretty much, you have to walk into that with that shit.
He literally said, "When everybody in the building, this is the motherfucker that's going to be in the same building with Zack Snyder." We'll just put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying, like, when people like know who you are because of this whole group, because it is interesting because it is a fandom that we're all a part of. So we're, they pretty much have been like, hey, and it was a weird thing back then. It's going to be a weird thing even now, but and
it's been a thing for so long that you've gone from people hating you to liking you to hating you to liking you.
But that's the thing too. There's going to be people that hate me that are there too. That's what's so great. It's crazy.
Yeah. That's what I miss the most. I wish I was there.
That's really the only reason why I'd want to go.
That's the only reason why I wanted to go.
Just so I could sit back and just.
Yeah, just an opportunity to slap.
Here I am, man.
I'm already worried about what I might just blurt out if I see some people that I know that don't like me and I don't really like.
No, Dave, that's what I'm there for.
I know. You're gonna be with a spray bottle and be like, and I'm like, what? Shit, sorry.
Yeah. I almost said the thing. Suddenly my arm is going to go up and go, no, not today, Satan, not today.
Yeah. That's just it though. Like I also I feel like I'm a funny person. I could talk shit and laugh. Like,
well, that's the thing. I was like, I'm not gonna be. I wouldn't be like, no. I would say something smart ass like, if anything, because, what I do.
No, literally, my reaction will probably be, and you are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, that's good. That's good. Now it's gonna be.
If I recognized who you were 5 fucking years from now, I got bigger issues, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
My name's John. Who are you? Let's just go ahead and start that way, because I don't know who the fuck you're talking about.
No, but it's not, it's not going to be a big deal. There's not going to be, I mean, I know like there's been people that are like, oh man, you're going to have to watch your back. I know Saggy's said some stuff too, like, oh, I wouldn't want to go there. It's like, it's not going to be that bad. Everybody behind the keyboard, they're different, Yeah, but if they're going to be in person, they're going to not even, and it's not about that. And I keep on emphasizing it's not about that. It's all about this whole event. It's about AFSP. It's about the hero's journey, the full circle journey. That's all what it's about. It's not about, and I get pissed off. I got pissed off on Film Junkie Live.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, on Thursday. I was telling people, I was like, fuck you for trying to even scoop this event. Yep. Stop it. Okay. It's like, it's not that. And I still hold that. I straight out was like, fuck you. I was like, fuck you for trying to scoop this event. It's not, there's no announcements. I mean, there's going to be some cool surprises probably. We don't know who's going to be on the panels. Sure. And it's going to be a surprise. It's going to be great. But the fact that there's these scoopers that are just still trying to fucking scoop this event when it's not that. It's not that. It's a celebration of this whole thing, and I just pisses.
And then the day after, this just in, Zack Snyder announces Justice League 2 and 3 on Netflix. Dave the Film Junkie was wrong.
Oh, man. Hey.
Back to you, Dave.
Yeah. Well, Jesus Christ. What happened? I didn't think that was going to happen. Yeah. No. But that's what it's all about. I mean, but it's all about that. It's all about the journey. It's all about AFSP. It's all about celebrating this fandom, and that's what Zach wants to do. And and
Dave, anybody who would give you a hard time, man, like anybody I've seen the statements and stuff, and I mean, like, look, first of all, anybody who shows up doing that kind of stuff at an event like this, you're probably going down really quick.
Yeah, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah, you show up like, oh, it's Dave the Film Junkie, let's get him. Yeah, that's about as far as you're gonna get.
Yeah, there's a thing called the law. You can't just fucking attack somebody,
right?
That's why I was like, that's ridiculous. If like when people are like, oh yeah, you worried about them? I'm like, no.
What are they gonna do? They're gonna bomb the entire fucking place because
no one's gonna do anything. It's fine.
Nobody's gonna pay all that money to get in there just to get arrested.
That's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, it's not like I had to pay $15 just to go there. No, you had to put money down. Like, sorry.
Oh no, like I actually over spring break I was talking to my dad and I literally sat there with the pen and paper and I figured out how much I'm spending.
It's funny that you were talking to your dad about that, but not
their wife.
That's interesting. As a single person, I'm gonna ask the question: does your wife know?
Yes.
How much does she know? How much you're spending?
Yeah, does she know exactly?
She knows. She knows
does she know how much you spent?
You know what, Scott? I'm with you. I don't tell my wife how much I spend.
You know what? I'm going to disagree with all of you, but agree with all of you at the same time, because I will tell you this. Make sure that your wife is okay with your spending, Scott.
Hey, that's because you're a man of God.
Because
that's why.
Even if she says she is and she's buying her own things, she may try to come back later and say that she was never into that stuff, and that was
Hey, guess what?
And then run off with her boss, and that would suck for you.
The best trick is to buy something in advance.
At all.
The best trick is to buy something in advance and then do whatever it is you want.
Dave is in. Dave
it's spread. I don't have to worry about fucking
what is happening.
You don't have to talk about it. Yeah,
everybody's talking
Dave
about the
is
same
in
time.
possession of something that is part of me making sure that I am getting something for my wife while I am there.
I literally have something that
even has her name on it.
Like when she gives you her Funko Pop list that says like, here, buy this stuff, and then you're like, okay, and then it's like, I hate collectibles.
Ooh, man.
No, this is just something because I did.
Don't feel like an adult.
I invited her on this trip. That
old saggy guy.
That invitation was made, and she made the decision not to go on this trip with me. But she said, "But I need you to do this," and I went,
"Gotcha."
Yes, ma'am. And the item in question was shipped directly to Dave because it's like, well, might as well order it. And like, it's like, Dave, don't forget it. But it better be in the fucking car. Just saying that.
Oops.
Yeah. Mama Film Junkie, Stephanie, remind him. Remind him every day. Put it in the car.
I'll be there.
But no, it was no. I've been, this isn't like the Darkseid statue, which she still doesn't know about.
He's gonna come back to bite you.
She must really love you. The fact that she's like, what is that?
She hasn't seen it.
I know. That's my whole point. That she's not. She has never been like.
She's seen it.
If he's hiding anything. You know what I mean? Like
she
doesn't. You don't have to do anything. It's just the fact that she has never once been like, I wonder if he's hiding anything from me. You know what I mean? Like that to me in my head. Not saying that that's
Don't
a
get
bad
me started
thing.
on that topic.
Yeah, I'm just saying that she's never just questioned to be like.
People hide stuff all the time.
Yeah.
They lie. They're living a different life sometimes for 10.5 months.
Hey, could be.
That sounds very specific.
And then all of a sudden, they're found out like Scott standing there in the hallway with his dark side out and his wife coming in and seeing it for the first time.
Wow. Yeah.
And the next thing you know, everything's
like,
in
no,
shambles.
that's not it.
Where everything's falling
this is,
apart. You give up your YouTube channel, and what do you do next? I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but I really feel like the dark side was related to a phallic.
What, you don't call yours?
What is going on?
It's almost like it's therapeutic. I don't know.
I know. Hey, Damien's like, what did I just come into right now?
Damien,
we're talking about dicks and dark side.
Oh man. Anyways, Damien, how you doing, by the way?
Yeah, not bad. I reckon Darkseid's got a massive dick, but anyway.
I assume he does too. He's a god, right? He's a new god.
Well, he does want to fuck over the multiverse, so it's got to happen.
Or maybe it's not, and that's why he needs to do all this crazy shit, and he needs to find the anti-life too, because he's got a micro. He's got a micro, maybe. I don't know. That's a good question.
That's why he's got that big old scepter thing.
He's got grill. So
true.
He obviously can work it. Just saying. Although
on that note,
yes, Garza, please tell us how Darkseid can work it, please. I'd like to hear more. Subscribe to your newsletter.
He uses the old ways.
Are you saying he readies his armada?
Armada, thank you. I was going there. Thank you, Enosh. You beat me to it. I appreciate it.
It's funny. I just got sent a tweet where somebody actually asked, and I'm wondering if this will be considered for the Man of Steel Q&A. Somebody actually asked, "It's time, Zach. Tell us who was in the empty pod on the scout ship." You think that's going to be? I mean, obviously,
does anyone even care about that right now?
I know it's like, but
it's never happening.
I know, but
he's never going to
happen. But doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's never happened.
I don't think he's ever going to tell people.
He is never going to tell us. You know why?
Yeah, I agree.
There are some
because he
secrets
doesn't
that people
know.
never tell.
Because he doesn't have an answer.
He can make it up.
He's
going to make it up on the spot. Fucking Batman was in there.
Yeah, no, she wasn't fucking Batman.
Yeah. Are we talking about Darkseid again?
There's my answer.
No, but I just wonder.
I'm telling you, he's never going to answer that question because he doesn't. He may have some kind of answer to it, but in the scheme of the story that he has told, Man of Steel, BVS, Justice League, there's never been any other hint towards it. There's never been any kind of clue or anything like that, which means either, regardless if he was saving it for later, it didn't matter. He still would have had at least some other kind of hint or maybe something else.
Yeah.
He's just not saying it because he doesn't want to tell it because maybe he doesn't. He might think it's Supergirl, but who cares? Doesn't matter.
Yeah. I mean, he might go. What's going to be funny? I could almost think, oh yeah, I know everybody thinks oh, it's Kara, and I'm like, yeah, it's a good idea, and and Kara's going to be showing up in a movie. That's cool. You know, I could hear him like, going like "Yeah, cool," you know, or something like that. Because
you're living in a dream world. I mean, you're living in a fucking dream world.
It's like I love it when he talks about things and he's like trying to just be like, I'm not going to fully say it. And then all of a sudden he'll reference like the movies that are being made now. And he'd be like, I mean, you know, when he was here last, he brought up like he was proud of all the people that he cast in these roles. And he's all in Ezra's got the movie, you know, Flash movie coming out and things that are happening there is all that's cool. It's going to be something cool to see and blah, blah, blah. So I could just see him like answering something like, because everybody's suspecting Kara was in there and he'll probably just bring that up and be like, and that's cool. And hey, she's going to be right over there. You know, it's just going to be
I mean, she's going to face Zod. So maybe that's who was in the pod the whole time.
Yeah. I mean,
he could say it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like I said, if there was a true, like, no, this is who was in there.
Yeah.
I feel like just in general, we would at least have seen some hint once in one of the 3 movies, and we didn't. There's nothing.
I think it was just one of those things where it's just like you come up with your, and I love it when filmmakers do this. It's like the end of Inception when Christopher Nolan's like, you determine whether that the top fell down or not.
I don't think that's what he did. I think he truly wanted to have something with that. But then guess what? He was like, no. He was like, no, that could have been Kara.
Okay.
And we're going to deal with, because this
I'm
is
talking about
Superman
now,
trilogy.
but
No,
maybe
this
now
is
he
Superman
just wants
trilogy.
you. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It's a Superman trilogy. So I can have that and go, okay, that's Kara later in the second movie and we can introduce her or something like that. All of a sudden now I'm bringing Batman and I got to do all this shit with Lex Luthor. I can't do that little bitty hint anymore because guess what? That has no plot relevance to Justice League. I got to get the Justice League going. I can't have Kara fucking bringing in the Justice League.
At this point, it would kind of be like Martian Manhunter, how, you know, that got turned into what it was.
Right.
Because that was not the plan from the beginning, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? So that's why I feel like, no, that empty pod was meant to serve a purpose if all he was doing was a trilogy of a Superman films. Because that would make sense.
So yeah, that does make sense because he was like laying some groundwork when it came to that. But obviously it's like, okay, it went a different direction. So it's like, all right, that's not going to be anything. So maybe he will be like, oh yeah. I mean, it'd be cool if it like, yeah, originally it was going to be this maybe. And you know, it was going to be, I don't know. I mean, obviously with the, you know, somebody's mentioning in the prequel comic, you know, was not a hint. I don't know. I mean, it's just like one of those things where it's just, yeah. I mean, if someone's going to ask that, hopefully he does.
But also logically, who could it have been? If it's not Kara, who could it have been that would have been that important to notice and to focus on that open pod?
Yeah.
Power Girl.
Crypto.
Power Girl. Crypto. You know what? I mean,
well,
to
the
be
dog
honest,
would find a way out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I mean, like if you got a bitch that's like not wanting to leave, and they'll find a way out. I mean, that bitch will leave you in a second. Like literally the front door like gets a little crack and like she's like right out the door fucking her boss and you don't know what's going on. And it's like, I didn't even know the dog had a job. Like
I didn't know that.
The bitch had a job the whole time, didn't even know it. And next thing you know, they're in a totally different kennel completely.
Yeah.
You know.
I feel like
Nuclear Man. Maybe it was Nuclear Man. Like
it could have been Nuclear Man. Going nuclear.
There you go.
There you go. Exclusivo.
I feel like the metaphor of the dog is not being used properly here. I feel like the dog turned into
saying the bitch behavior that I've seen lately. Okay, just my observations. Sorry.
And man, that's life. You know, some of it.
Dave,
hey,
I gotta go. I gotta go.
You gotta go?
I gotta.
Me too.
Liam has a soccer tournament tomorrow, so I have a game at 9:15 in the morning. I gotta be at.
Hey, Scott, you gotta go.
Question for you.
That's what she said.
Anderson, did you show you have a question?
Yeah, it's something I meant to bring up earlier when we were talking about Brolis. So obviously Zach is pretty pressed on the whole bat nut scenario. I guess that's what we'll call it.
Oh, the bat nut, yeah.
Yeah, bat nut scenario. So he's said he would do an adaptation of Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns. He'd be interested in that. Do you think he would stick to the script, or he would stick to it but maybe implement his own things? And then if he did that, would it be interesting to implement that? So then you have Superman getting sent in to neutralize not only, somebody who's a threat possibly, but also the father of his love's son.
Deep.
Not saying that the story needs that, but I wonder if he would try to implement that.
No, I honestly think if he did the Dark Knight Returns movie, I really do see him, because he's talked way too much about it. Like, he's saying he would want to make a fake. I mean, I imagine a Dark Knight Returns movie like Watchmen, where like you watch Watchmen and you're basically just sitting there.
But even then, though, the only reason why he changed Watchmen because it made sense. Like the Dark Knight Returns, that the way that story is told makes sense. You know what I mean? The squid and Watchmen, as much as everybody loves, it just didn't work as far as what needed to be in a physical medium. Would you agree, Scott? That the Dark Knight Returns.
I would agree, only except for the fact that I did love how the HBO show
they did it well.
Work.
They did it well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I feel like Dark Knight Returns, like you said, it's like Dark Knight Returns it's like Jay Oliva's animated movie. Mm-hmm. It shows that the book as it exists works.
Oh yeah, it's perfect, honestly. So
I would say, Anderson, to answer your question, I would think if he did Dark Knight Returns, I personally, my speculation is that it would be a Watchmen scenario where you'd be watching a movie that goes, I'm literally watching the book come to life right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The only downside about all that is the fact that it's like people would be like, you already kind of did it, dude. And that's the thing. It's like with BVS, it was already like so much. I mean, down to just like the mech suit. It's like, how do you capitalize on how great that suit looked on Ben?
That's what I was going to bring up, because I feel like that would make it different. It would add something different to it.
Yeah.
Well, because even the suit, the way that Frank Miller, the way the suit that Frank Miller drew is not like the BVS suit invokes the Frank Miller suit, but it's still not a page to screen adaptation. Like, you could redesign the mech suit to make it look more like the one that Miller drew than what you got in BVS.
Well, so also you could probably make, obviously clearly Robin and maybe even what's his name? Green Arrow.
Oliver. Yeah, I was about to say Oliver without the wheelchair.
Yeah. You can make Oliver more of a prominent character, and possibly the mutants more prominent to differentiate BVS and this adaptation. But I mean, I don't see. I would prefer him to make a Dark Knight Returns adaptation, because I know it would be like Watchmen, and the perfect thing would be with obviously Clooney as the fucking.
Don't stop it with the Clooney.
I know you don't like it, but I'm just saying. I just think it'd be badass, because it's like that would because you don't get. How do you get another Batman that's old, right? Like, okay, but you also need another Superman, and it's like all these.
You need somebody who's gonna be you need a bulky dude. Clooney is not a bulky dude. He's not gonna fucking gain like 30.
Oh, he's not a bulky dude right now in life. You're right. He's not a fucking bulky dude. Neither was goddamn Ben Affleck. Fucking 15 years ago, he was
He's always been a bulk. He's always been a big dude.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, okay?
Wow. No, that's what I told her. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And then she still was like,
no. I would gladly have a Josh Brolin Batman before I'd have a George Clooney in that shit, because
Josh Christian Bale back.
Christian
Bale knows how to bulk up. He's 50 years old later this year. You get Christian Bale.
I know he could.
I don't even know like Christian Bale.
I
mean, no, I'd also be okay with just some whatever, whoever.
I know you're just talking shit, but I was just like, but at the same time, I'm like, there's somebody, just get somebody who's like, older and who's,
but at the same time, F you.
Yeah.
Okay.
The best Batman that was never Batman.
Ask that question, I really do need to go. I really do need to go.
Yeah. Sorry, Scott, but thanks for answering my question.
No problem. So, of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where a podcast can be found. We just dropped our latest episode of the Batman Scene by Scene. He got greedy. And so check that out as we discuss the morgue scene with Commissioner Savage's body. And, of course, maybe, Dave, this Sunday on Film Junkie, we will have Batman the Animated Stream, where we will be discussing the final episode of the original run of the series of Batgirl Returns.
Here we go. All right, thanks, Scott.
See you guys later.
I'll see you.
Gotta go too.
See you soon, actually, which is crazy. Anybody else gotta go? I know.
Yes.
Yeah. Casey, you gotta go too.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't crunch it down to your aspect ratio.
That's
I was
fine.
like, we all have our backgrounds, and it's all looking.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know. Yeah. Usually, I was working with that for a little bit at one point.
I saw somebody said that that Casey's background reminded him of a high school photo shoot.
Yeah.
I was like, in my head though, I was kind of like, I mean, yes, but it still looks good though. So it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, Casey.
Well, congrats on your book release, Garza, and you guys have fun next week. I'm jealous because you guys get to meet. Not because of whatever's happening there, but yeah, you guys have fun. I'm looking forward to the live stream as well. Which please do it, Dave.
Oh yeah, definitely gonna be doing live streams, and there's gonna be all kinds.
And please include Dark That Dick something.
Yeah, I'll try to fit it in there. Maybe after the cocktail hour, if I have a couple I'll be like, no, Dark Side Stick. Yeah, what do you got to say about that, Zach? I mean, he likes the human body. He likes the body. So,
it's true.
I don't know. All right.
Cheers, guys.
All right. Bye.
See you, Casey.
We haven't even talked about the Flash, even like a little bit, like when it comes to this week, because of all the stuff that's, when it comes to that, and the fact that there was like a last minute test screening when it came to the Flash.
That makes no sense to me.
That doesn't make any sense because
unless they have like an alternate ending, like in another lockdown version of the film, and they were like panicking last minute. And,
what didn't make sense to me is like you're literally going to be screening at CinemaCon next week. What the hell kind of changes can you make from what you already have? But maybe they were just trying to gauge, and apparently it was still positive. It still got a positive response from what I gathered, from what I just read. It was like, oh yeah, but people are still loving the movie. Okay, cool. But it was just a little weird that why this last minute test screening when the ultimate test screening is going to be at CinemaCon, when we're going to get reactions from people that are there. Lucky.
Maybe it's some type of extended cut or something that they've showed to people that they're planning on releasing down the track. Maybe
I think it's just the tweaked ending. I think that's what it is.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, because originally it was going to be like they were going to have a full-on Cavill cameo, but I think that got pretty removed. I'm not saying he got fully removed of the movie, but he because apparently he when he shot the Black Adam one, he also shot one for the Flash as well. But that was before this whole new thing. And Garza, we haven't really talked about the Flash too much with you, and the fact that with James Gunn, I mean, I know we've maybe have a little bit, but I don't know. But I'm like, how are you feeling about any? I mean, I think you've even not really expressed too much excitement for what's in the future, right?
I mean, when I think of what he's probably planning on doing with the Justice League and all this shit that he's doing with his story, like I get it just because of the things that I've done. And it's interesting that he's going to be including a lot of these characters that you're not normally used to associating with Justice League. The thing that sucks though is that, I mean, well, it doesn't suck. It's just you don't really know about it. It's just that he's doing these obscure things, which is cool, like the Authority and all these other, obscure type DC characters. Like Fire. I think he's doing was it Firestorm? I'm pretty sure that's what it is, right? Is it
Firestorm? I don't know if he's mentioned that.
Okay, well, I have a feeling he's probably going to do that, just because that might as well. If he's going to do the Authority, might as well bring them in too, because they're DC and stuff. But it's like he's going such a different route that you can't compare it to whatever Zack was doing, that makes sense. That's what you should do. It's just like with the Superman legacy that he's about to put out. Are we going to spend half the movie seeing Clark growing up in Smallville?
No, they said it's not an origin movie. So.
Right, exactly. So, so then are we going to see him day one, or are we going to see him day 365? We're going to see him a year in as Superman.
I think so.
You know what I mean? But then what's the world going to be like in that? Because if everyone's just going to be okay with an alien being on our planet, that's cool. That's fine. I'm not saying that they need to react differently, but how is that going to relate to this whole Justice League being in the world then? Because if nobody gives a shit about Superman being there, and I mean that in the sense of not being scared about it or whatever, how do you explain Wonder Woman and Darkseid and New Gods and all that shit? How does religion come about with all this shit? You know what I mean? Like, there's deeper thematics that you have to consider, unless you are treating it like it's nothing, which then also means that it's not going to have that deeper level of connection with, so this Superman, I guess, has more. He can act like Superman, sure, and it's a James Gunn Superman, so sure, people are going to go see it, but is it really good? Or is it just like, whatever, it's a Superman story? You know what I mean?
I can't help feeling like there are shades of what was it called? Superman Returns. Was it Superman Returns?
Yeah.
Where he was already there and there's no backdrop story, and it's like he just appears out of nowhere and there's no emotional connection to the character, because he doesn't have to do an origin story, but it kind of feels like that, and it's like that movie was just rubbish.
Right, and that's what I feel like kind of, and I'm not saying James is going to do that, but at the same time, I could relate to Man of Steel. I can relate to that Superman because of the things that happened in that film. If you're not going to show me that origin story and you're going to make this Superman exist in this world, okay, well then are you going to show me that this world is reactive to this Superman, or is this world just going to accept him like it's nothing? Like,
I think there's going to be a little bit of that. I mean, I'm hoping for that. I mean,
and that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm just saying I don't know how it's going to be, because, I mean, you can't. If he's been writing and he's been focusing on it like he says he has, and listen, everybody can talk shit that they want about him. Peacemaker, for whatever it fucking was, Peacemaker is also a character that nobody fucking knew about until he brought him into the fucking limelight. Okay, so the fact that anybody could be like, oh, I know who Peacemaker is, specifically because of what James did, I mean, just in general, that says something about him, right? I mean, he did something with the character. Fuck it. He knows what Zack did with Man of Steel. So he's either going to not do that same approach, which, okay, cool. I'm not saying everybody has to do that same approach, but you also do have to realize that if you're going to be bringing in characters like Frankenstein, I don't think in live action, but you know, there's some of those characters in there, or you're going to be bringing in some of these really crazy obscure characters that you need to make them more grounded than just fucking fantastical, because it's not going to make sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. That's just the way I feel.
Yeah,
no, I agree.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be. I mean, I'm rooting for it because I root for it. Whatever, you know. I always hate it when people go like, nothing's ever going to beat this version that I love, and I'm like, okay, cool. But I always root for the next filmmaker to be like, you know, when Matt Reeves was like going to do new Batman and Robert Pattinson, I went, okay, make me love him better than I do the other Batmen. And it didn't quite get there. Like, I'm like, all right now I'm thinking, Pattinson probably third on my list when it comes to cinematic Batman, you know?
Right. Like, for as much shit as it was like building up to it, I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it wasn't. I wasn't like.
I still love the movie, but I was like, but at the same time, I was like, all right, but and I know we were all blown away by the first teaser, and but at the same time, I was just like, okay, but I as much as I like really like this is different, it's unique, but I was. And I always root for the filmmaker to be like, make me love your movie more than the rest. Didn't quite happen, but it was close. It's like the Batman is definitely, when it comes to Batman movies, it's in my top 5, 100%. Maybe even top 3. I don't know, but I haven't really thought about it. But at the same time, I'm always rooting for the next filmmaker to do better, to do more, to do whatever. And, and it's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult. But I just, when I see tweets where people are like, there's no way no one's ever going to beat this. I'm like, all right, well, now you just establish your bias. You're never going to let go of that bias. And now you're just going to be like the people that we were pushing back against when it came to Zack trying to do new things with Superman and Batman, and everybody was holding on to the nostalgia of Christopher Reeve. And I mean, it's just like you realize that you are now the people that are holding on to nostalgia because, and you're going to shit on anything that comes out that's new. And I don't like that. I want to see something fresh and new, and I want it to impress me and to win me over. Is it going to happen? No, most likely not. But I still want them to try, kind of thing, Yeah, but it's subjective, as Ray.
And that's also why I really truly believe that Zack's probably not going to come back to this kind of thing because.
Oh, he's so happy right now.
Yeah, because here's the thing, like the fact that, I mean, dude, I can create a character that's literally Batman. Because guess what? Alan Moore did that with Watchmen. Okay. Yeah. So the fact that he did that with Watchmen and made a character completely different than Batman, but still was okay, still parts of it, you can do that with new characters. And so the fact that you could do that, and Zack has the reputation and everything that he has, why would he want to go back to trying to make a Batman character that people are going to just be mad about anyways? Because, well, okay, I can make my own character like a Batman character. You could see aspects of it, but guess what? I'm going to use my own whatever. I would have so much more fun, and I do, versus trying to fit my characters into that paradigm. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, and the same thing, like going to the Flash trailer. I mean, we all saw it, and everybody was just going like, "What do they do to Batfleck?" It's like, it's still Batfleck, but it's a different person who is making the story.
It's like a different director. Like,
it's a different director, and even Ben Affleck was like, praised like what happens in the Flash. Sure, like like when people were talking about like some of the VFX, there's a lot of things you got to like take into account with all that, but I don't know, it's just so many different things.
Well, listen, I'll just say this.
Yeah.
If you wanted to see what a film would look like if it was directed by Zack and not directed by Zack, you watch 300 and then 300 Rise of an Empire.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ!
Because
oh my God,
there is a difference.
Fucking chalk and cheese.
A vast difference.
Yeah. And it's no disrespect to that director, but that's what happens when a director that isn't Zack Snyder tries to emulate Zack. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which, unfortunately, that's what it's gonna look like because they're not Zack Snyder. And so I can appreciate a director taking on another character that Zack has worked with, and it's not going to look like a Zack Snyder film. So I'm expecting that. Like I'm not. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Oh no, we're not. Yeah, I'm not expecting that either. When it comes to Muschietti, I know he has his own directing style, and even watching the trailers, I'm like, yeah, if Zack directed this, it would not look like certain shots would not look like how they're looking. There would be there's just certain things where I'm just going like, yeah, I could see why, when people just totally just stay on the side of like, that's not how Zack would do it. It's like, yeah, okay, I understand that. But I also read comic books where that's illustrated by different illustrators that are just not, that are not drawing it the same way. So I'm okay with seeing somebody else cooking the fucking product, and I want to see what that looks like, and I don't know, it's just fandom.
I'm also not going in expecting a Zack Snyder film. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm not either.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it that there's going to be Snyderverse elements in there. That's about it. And the fact that, you know, when Zach was on here last, he brought up that he thought like, whoa, you know, that's pretty cool. And I wish I would have asked him like right away, like when he would mention that, I'm like, did you talk to Andy Muschietti? Did you have a sit down with him? Like what was the communication when it came to all that? And maybe I will next weekend. And I'll be like, hey, like when it came to the Flash, obviously they're using, you know, characters you created. Zod is, you know, they're going to reenact the whole 0 hour fucking scenario. Did you talk to him and what was the discussion like? I wouldn't like ask that like publicly. I'd be like, you know, personally, if like we had a one-on-one, like, hey, did you talk? I mean, and the fact that his VFX guys are working on the Flash as well, you know, VFX supervisors that created the Flash effects in Zack Snyder's Justice League are working on the Flash, you know, that who worked on the Flash. So kind of just want to know like what communication did he have, like, you know, when it came to all that. So I don't know. We'll
almost
see.
Positive that I said that last time and you gave me shit for it, but I'm not. Whatever.
What?
I could be thinking about it different.
No, I thought it was Black Adam. Wasn't it Black Adam that you asked?
No, it wasn't fucking Black Adam. I'm almost fucking positive that I was like, hey, you should have asked him this. And you're like, no, whatever, loser. I was like, okay, what?
I don't know about that.
Bro, I'm just listen. There's evidence. Let's put it that way, okay? And the fact that
Garza doesn't forget, mate.
The fact that I'm making rare appearances should tell you something. That if I remember it, guess what? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know.
I mean, it's like the rare appearances of certain people that like they just don't show up anymore. Yeah, in our lives that just like one day just disappear out of our lives, never to be seen again. Don't even come back and get their stuff. It's really weird, but they leave their children. It's weird. Like, you know, like when the stepkids like are with you, like that's kind of weird, right? But like it just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling.
Hey, bro, you're not the stepdad. You're the dad that stepped up, right?
In this theoretical situation.
Yeah. No, in this dark side deck situation.
Yes.
Yeah, I get it. No, I hear you. Man. I'm just saying. You know. But
thank you for
I don't know about the whole Flash thing and you know, Zach and what he's planning on doing. Like I said, the fact that he's able to create his own world and his own characters, his own backstory, his own history, I mean, just as somebody that's done that as well, dude, there's so much that I can go, hey, you know what, though? I do like this and I want that in my story, but I don't have to adhere to that because it's not that character. You know what I mean? Like, just because I'm writing a Batman version character doesn't mean that he has to basically be an orphan. You know what I mean? Or he has to watch his parent, or that he hasn't fucking, you're just watching him and you're going to go, he kind of seems like Batman. Maybe he's Rorschach. Maybe he's the comedian. Fuck, I don't know. Like, he gets the freedom. And so the fact that he's able to do that with, I don't know how many characters, I mean, that's so liberating. I can just tell you right now, like, why would he want to go back to, oh, I got to go basically continue this world that I already had to change and all this shit. And I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, that's just me saying it, but
yeah.
I'm curious if Andy Muschietti's going to want to do Justice League after this, or if he's going to want to do a smaller scale film, you know, within the DCU.
Yeah,
because I've seen people saying like they want him to do Brave and the Bold.
Yeah,
and I mean he's been through a lot with the Flash. He might want to take
a break. Well, I mean, right now, I mean, he's producing the It prequel series, so
yeah,
he is taking a break from that, and he's going back to, you know, what put him on the map, which was the It series. So he is heavily involved in the It prequel series. So at least, I mean, this is what I was told. I mean, I had a conversation with somebody going like, you know, when it came to the whole, you know, test screening that happened apparently this week, it was like, that doesn't even make sense. Like nobody really is working on this movie right now. It's locked. It's completely locked.
Like it's been locked for a year.
Yeah, and it's like Andy's off doing the It series, and everybody else is just kind of doing their thing. I think the only thing that might be still being tweaked is maybe they're editing some things, maybe some score stuff, but that's about it. But Andy's not even like he's off trying to get this, this Welcome to Derry prequel It series going off like right now. So for I don't know, it's all very strange.
The test screening confused me just because they've seemed so confident about this film. From the Super Bowl commercial to announcing that they're screening it. It just kind of says like we're confident about this film. It's an event film, which DC hasn't really had in a long time. So I've been excited about it just because of their confidence in it. And then you got this curveball of like, oh, we're doing a test screening the week before we screen it. Just kind of, I don't know, really confused.
Was it actually official news? Is it or is it a rumor that we're discussing here about the test screening?
Seems like it was really test screened.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think Dave might have a better insight on that than me.
Which one was it? The
test screening.
Yeah. You talking about like things that came out from it?
Well, if it really happened.
No, this latest one. Like, did it actually happen, or is it just?
Well, that's so weird. I mean, that I just question it because I'm like, what? I mean, if they, if you're testing something and then you get feedback, what can you change in a week before CinemaCon? Because it's showing at CinemaCon.
The only thing you can do is you could just cut it. That's it. You can't do anything visual effects.
Maybe there. I think the biggest thing was like they were just maybe testing out the ending, because obviously the ending got tweaked a little bit because there was the whole thing about Henry Cavill that was going to be part of it, because at one point he was still going to be Superman, but now that's not the case anymore. Maybe whatever they and I didn't read exactly what the ending was when it came to this thing. I try to avoid it. And so maybe it was just like, hey, let's see how the ending tests, with this. And maybe they just needed that. And I don't know, maybe that was it, because obviously, like I said, they're not going to change anything from now to next week. So it's Warner Brothers. What can you do?
Exactly.
I mean, just keep in mind that there's still an Aquaman sequel that's supposed to come out.
That thing's gonna fall, and that thing's dead in the water. Pardon the pun. I'm just saying, like, that movie, like, it's just sad that we're 5 years after the first Aquaman came out, made $1 billion. It wowed the VFX, wowed us. It was like, how did they make Aquaman $1 billion?
My
franchise?
family was dancing in my living room, having a great time and happy.
Yeah, but 5 years later, now it's just like
5 years later. We're
5 years later. Aquaman 2 is gonna suck.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like what is this movie gonna be now? I'm
less
rooting for it, but at the same time, I'm like, I hope it's gonna be something. But it's that they delayed it over a year.
It's not even that. It's the fact that 5 years later, there's no continuity that's going to happen from it. You get what I mean? Like,
exactly.
5 years ago, you could have said, "Oh well," I mean, it was following quote unquote Justice League. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And okay, fine, but now it's like it's not following anything. It's not doing anything.
Well, James Gunn literally skipped over it in his little announcement.
Dude, I know. I emphasize that big time where he goes, then we have Aquaman. Then we go into, and it's just like, whoa, he just did not even, he praised all the other movies and just skipped right over Aquaman because, it's literally, like, pardon the pun, it's dead in the fucking water. It really is.
I think it's been screwed with too much because they've done reshoots. They put Ben Affleck in it, and I'm sure they took him out. And
then there was Michael Keaton that was supposed to be the Bruce.
Oh yeah, I forgot all that.
Yeah, which that was. The Amber Heard situation. I mean, there's just so many things where it's just like, oh man, this movie is
a train wreck, mate.
Yeah, it really is.
Train wreck.
It's
unbelievable.
God.
Well, we talked about it a little while ago. I mean, even with The Flash, right? What if this movie makes $1 billion?
Yeah.
They can't follow it up with anything. They can't fucking do anything with it.
But no, but the thing is, Damon, is the fact that it's like, but it's such like a crazy multiverse movie that, yeah, sure. You can't we're not gonna have more like Keaton or possibly not even more Sasha Kai as Supergirl or more Ezra. But at the same time, I'm just kind of going like, well, it's such a multiverse, like one hit kind of movie when it comes to that. Maybe it'll be okay. Because I've heard that question before. It's like, what if it's a big hit? And they're not going to like move forward with it. But I'm like, yeah, but I mean, it might be a big hit to the fact that it does. I mean, the Flash has been known to reboot things. I mean, look at the New 52 into Rebirth. It was like that was the whole Flash thing. And I thought they did a good job with the opening of Rebirth, and it was strictly a Flash story. And I thought it was I remember there was like a part in there when it came to Barry and Wally, and there was like something in there. I was like, whoa, this is really good. Like what's happening when it comes to these characters, like these Flash characters that were happening in the story. And I'm like, yeah, the Flash always has that capability of just like doing that. And I think they're just kind of utilizing that for this. I don't know. It's just so up in the air because, we're not going to find out for another month and a half, I guess you could say. But I think it still might be something special because it's going to be a nostalgia factory with the Keaton stuff. And then it's also going to show new shit and then nostalgia for us who loves the Snyder shit. I don't know. It's going to be nostalgia all over the place, and then I don't know.
Isn't the new Superman film? Isn't it starting filming in January? Is that what James said?
I don't know. It was like rumored, but James Gunn hasn't said anything yet. I know I saw that too. I saw somebody posting that, but who knows
I wasn't sure, and the only reason why I said that is because, regardless of if it's true or not, let's just say they have a February shoot date. Because he obviously is posting the script and all that. He has it down and all that. He's the one in charge. The Flash can make $1 billion. And I don't think James is going to be like, oh, I got to retool this entire script now because, you know what I mean? So I feel like at the end of the day, James is getting his movie going and he doesn't give a fuck about the Flash. I mean, he does, but it's not his deal. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I think like, what's good about having James Gunn when it comes to all this is the fact that he's going to be hyping this thing up, and and that's what he has been doing, debunking shit and being on Twitter. I mean, not everything.
The fact that anybody wants to come out and try to say anything about DC right now, I'm like, you got balls, because bro is constantly like, nope.
Yeah, so, and I love that. I hate it when he picks fights when it comes to haters.
But there's a thing to that though, because that means that if the person willingly knows that is what James is doing, the fact that they are coming out and saying something about it, that also should be precedent. That should also be like,
true.
Okay, because obviously they know he's coming out and saying stuff. So, but whatever.
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm looking forward to after he's done with Guardians, he's going to be full on 100% on Superman Legacy. So we're going to start seeing more teases, and I think he has to do his due diligence if he's going to be on Twitter and be on social media. He needs to tease part of tease the cape of the Superman costume and do what Zack. I mean, remember when Zack was teasing shit he showed who the fuck is there's an echo going on bad right now. Anyone? Anybody hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Let's see. Let's go down on the horn. Oh, it's Damien. I don't know. That's weird.
What?
Yeah,
really? There's nothing going on.
Talk. Yeah, that's
Australian.
weird.
It's that Australian continent. That's why.
Yeah. No, I think
something in Australia, something in Melbourne, Australia.
Yeah.
No, I think we're good now. Maybe I just needed to mute you for a brief second, and maybe it's StreamYard. Could have been StreamYard because you have your earbuds in, so that didn't even make sense.
Yeah, I got my earbuds in, and there's no sound here.
Yeah. That's weird. I don't know. I think it might have been a StreamYard thing.
Oh, it's funny because it was getting worse and worse, but I was like, I guess I'm not gonna say anything because.
But I know that's why I stopped, and then once I muted Damien and then put him back on, it cleared it up. So I think it was a StreamYard thing for your feed.
Fucking Australia.
Fucking Australia. God damn it.
Where the stream goes around the other way.
Yeah. How dare you?
That's right.
With your fucking,
I know, right? Gravity is all different down there, man. Jeez.
Right.
You don't even utilize the whole fucking island.
It's like a land down under.
So land down under. But I don't even know what I was saying, but I wanted to get Enosh, like when it comes to Superman Legacy, like and what you've been seeing, and being a Superman fan, how are you feeling about it, all this stuff?
My biggest concern, I think for me, and Superman has to look like a man,
Makes sense,
right? But the problem is like all these AI pictures and like fan art and all this stuff, putting, all these actors' heads on bodies, and they all just look like supermodels, like with a Superman shirt on. And I'm a little worried about who they get to play Superman, because I honestly don't know. I mean, and after you see, I don't want to just like harp on like, oh, just Henry Cavill is the greatest, but like, you look at Henry and like the dude was ripped and he's stacked and he's just, oozing that. And I don't know. I don't know who can just come in and do that.
Well, and the fact that also keep in mind that The Witcher looked like Superman. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's a crazy thing to think of.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. So my thing is I'm a little concerned about that. I'm also concerned with maybe how the script and the tone is of the whole thing, because I don't want to, as a Superman fan, I don't want to see all the great things that have been pushed forward in the last few years. We were talking even about like the John Byrne, remake and stuff where it was like it took Superman seriously, and he wasn't overpowered and he had to overcome things. And it wasn't just super easy for him. And so I'm really hoping that they don't try to go backwards to like a Super Friends Christopher Reeve version where we're going to put all this needless comedy in or whatever. I guess you can have a lighter tone, which I'm fine with, but I'm just a little worried about that. But I mean, then again, I think that James can write something that's serious, and we could get something really great. So I'm really kind of trying to stay neutral on the movie right now, because there's so much that we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But as a Superman fan, I hope it's going to be great. I hope it's going to be awesome. I mean, like there's people, I don't understand people who hate on something just because a certain person is attached to it or whatever, like it's stop with that, And,
well, and also it's not that you're not a fan of the character. You're whatever. I don't know what you are, but you're not a fan of the character.
Right. It just,
if that's the case.
Exactly. Yeah. And so I'm trying to remain neutral. I don't understand why people are just hating on it just to hate on it. Look, we could be here in 2025 and in a completely different place in our lives where we've gotten over all the hurt and everything of Henry Cavill going away and all these other people going away. And maybe we've rebuilt something, in the next 2 years of our lives. And we come into Superman Legacy and we could be here reporting and talking about how great it is. And it's like a great representation of Superman, and maybe it brings all the Superman fans together, all the different generations and everything, gather and sing Kumbaya, and and it's great. Or we could be sitting here in 2025 and saying, gosh, James Gunn completely doesn't get it, and like we'll all be pissed off. And so like I don't know, until I start to see a little bit more, I don't think I know enough or seen enough to really know and like make that decision. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope it's good. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, he even talked about having notes, taking notes from people, and he's, getting Tom King, which some people were like, "Oh, don't give it to him," And there's a lot of things when it comes to his trusted people that, and I think that's good. I think that's good that he's just not like he just wrote a script and went, you know what, this is fantastic. No, he actually reached out to people and like, hey, read this, give me notes, do not hold back, which is good. That's a good thing. That's a good thing that he's doing that. When I heard that before he actually reported that, because like I remember someone told me that, oh yeah, he's getting notes from people. I'm like, well, good. That's what you should do. It's like he has a lot of pressure on him right now because, Superman is one of the hardest fucking people to, characters to write for because it's fucking Superman,
Right.
and they, when it came to Superman Returns, they thought they had it because they were like, oh, let's just continue from the Donner Superman and try to do it. And for the most part, it's like
Easy.
you had some pieces there, but it didn't fucking all work.
I don't even think it's just that too. You also gotta remember, like, I mean, unfortunately, he had some shit come up that was fucked up about it. Like, now granted, he hasn't fucked up since, but there is a stigma about James Gunn and what he was at least saying and all that stuff. And so if you take that, like, imagine, and I'm not saying this would ever happen, but imagine Zack Snyder having a past of whatever, having something bad for him to have to then come up with, okay, I need to, do a Superman film. There'd probably be, everybody would be watching it with scrutiny. And the fact that James has been doing what he's been doing since then, I think that was in 2018, actually, when that shit came out, that you go, all right, like, I get that he fucked up and that he said some stupid shit. I get it, man. Hey, but at the end of the day, we all grew up without the internet. Guess what? If we fucking got caught saying the shit that we probably said in our teenage years, I promise you, we would all be fucked. Okay. I'm just saying in general. Okay. We're all adults here. We know that we could fucking talk shit however we want. But guess what? We didn't write it down. It just wasn't on the fucking internet at that point in time. And yes, he was older, but it's not like any of his tweets were fucking getting thousands and thousands of likes. They were like fucking 1 likes and 2 likes. It doesn't matter. Ever since then, nothing's ever come out about him and his anything that has to do with any of the jokes he was making. So then I got to say, well, guess what then, man? Listen, dude, you fucked up. Cool. Owned it. All right. Shit happened. Shit hasn't happened since then. All right. I'm not going to hold that against you, dude. Like, I'm the people that want to hold any of that shit against somebody that came out 5 years ago. That was like fucking 15 years ago. Like, come on, dude. Like, you must not really, like, I apologize about you being fucking perfect, that you've never made a mistake in your life. So you obviously always never are forgiving people. You know what I mean? Like, it's those kind of things that I'm like, well, let's just see what he does. Like, dude, it could be a piece of shit film. I don't know. I'm not going to sit there and talk shit about it right now. I don't know. I have no idea what it is.
Yeah. It's not going to be Guardians of the Galaxy. He's already established that the fact that it's like, hey, it's not going to be the same tone. Yeah, it can't be Guardians of the Galaxy. I know.
One thing I'm kind of worried about is he's notorious for is that Echo me?
No, it's that echo thing again. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Then now come back.
Australian.
Yeah. Come back. All right, we're good. I don't know why that's happening with your feet. Up. Wow. Why is that happening with that's weird, man. That's weird.
1 sec. Let me try something to see. One sec.
He figured it out.
What about now?
You're good.
Oh, there we go.
What was that? What'd you do?
Fucking hell. I've got an ice machine down here that makes ice, but it's like a really low tone sound. I'm like, there's no
with a
way
USB
they can
plug.
hear that.
Oh wow!
No, it's like an ice box. Like, it makes ice in like 20 minutes, and so it was on. But
I've got one of those.
That's weird because it would seem like it was making the noise when we were talking. That's so weird.
Shit.
No,
Sorry. I apologize. Sorry.
Okay.
No, but
okay.
with James Gunn, he's notorious for like using soundtracks for his films that are like radio songs.
Yeah.
And Man of Steel, obviously Hans Zimmer's theme is just iconic.
Yeah.
So
but that's
even if you've got like the perfect casting, the perfect suit, if you don't have the right music, it still won't completely sell for me.
Yeah, but I think he can't do that with Superman. You can't put those kind of tracks to Superman.
Yeah,
I think he did that specifically for the Guardian movies, and I think because
and
that's
Suicide Squad.
Yeah, but those movies are kind of fit in the same.
But even the Ayer cut would have that kind of similar stuff.
But those, like, he intentionally made those movies kind of feel similar.
The Ayer cut had Stephen Price soundtrack.
Well, no, I get that it did, but it also it didn't feel out of place. Let's put it that way. You can't have you can't have a soundtrack to Superman. You just can't. There's no track.
He made it abundantly clear that it won't be anything like anything that he's done before, or at least not another Guardians movie.
And that's what I'm getting at. We don't really have anything we can compare it to.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be a first thing for him completely,
which is a good thing. I feel like that's that we're either going to see it created in a different light, which means all right, that's cool. I'm not expecting him to bring in John Williams, and I'm not expecting him to have a fucking Hans Zimmer score. I am expecting him to have an original score, because you can't just drop fucking rock songs in a Superman movie. That doesn't work. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You could do that in The Authority, because guess what? I don't know who the fuck The Authority are. You know what I mean? Like that works. Superman, you can't do that. The original like Superman character, you can't do that.
I mean, if you're gonna do a needle drop, it better be a good needle drop. You know?
Yeah. But that's what I was going to say, because
I don't know. They did it. They did it in Superman 78, and and in
Zach did a needle drop. Zach had a needle drop one.
That's what I'm saying.
It was there's not like a whole soundtrack of needle drops,
Right? Yeah,
exactly.
Zach put an audio slave. I mean, but guess what? That new song does stand out between everything else. You're like, well, it does stand like it.
It wasn't, but you know what? Fun fact: it wasn't audio slave. It was actually just Chris Cornell. And fun fact again, it was just Chris Cornell. And then Chris Cornell also did a song for the Avengers movie too. And I'm like, fucking Chris Cornell, that's how badass he is. I can't remember the Avengers Chris Cornell song, but I fucking totally remember the Man of Steel Chris Cornell song, because it was it's so much better. Just saying.
Well, also because it does stand out from everything else. You're just like, it hits. And so that's what I'm saying. Like, you wouldn't be able to get away with needle drops with Superman. Like, you have to have a theme with Superman. There's no doubt about it. You cannot.
And it can't be the Williams theme. It can't be the Williams theme.
Yeah, well, no, it can't be the Williams thing, and it cannot be the Hans Zimmer theme. Sorry, it just can't. So that means you can't have a fucking needle drop, because guess what? That's not a theme.
No.
So,
I mean, look at it, like all the different shows. I mean, I'm sure even Superman and Lois has a different theme, right? Mm-hmm. Obviously, I'm sure they do. I can't remember what it is right now, but I remember Superman the animated series had a different theme. Lois and Clark had a different theme. It's like Smallville had a different theme.
Smallville had its own thing, yeah.
It's like you have the whole thing where they were trying to capture nostalgia with Henry Cavill was fucking ridiculous, and they tried twice already. Even with the Black Adam thing, was like the fact of you heard a hint of the Williams theme during that cameo, and it's like, okay, cool, but then there were so many people that put the Hans Zimmer score when he shows up, and it's so fucking perfect. When that was put into that scene, when you see his shadow and then he just appears and you hear dun it was like, see, that's that
missed opportunity.
Yeah. And I mean, like, that's the thing, is like, it's just, and so obviously there's got to be a whole new theme, and I'm sure they realize that. And obviously, like, today there's been mention of like costume designer and production designer, apparently, that was announced for this thing. Gunn is going to be using the costume designer that he used for Guardians and Suicide Squad, so it makes sense. And when it comes to the costume, I'm just like, man, that reveal is gonna blow up the fucking internet, and there's gonna be like war. There's gonna be war. My God,
you think he's gonna show off the underwear first, or what?
I don't know, man.
A big bulge. That's it.
Yeah,
that's how he should reveal it.
That's how he should do it. Just show the fucking Superman bulge.
Yeah.
Superman's balls.com.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna fucking look up that domain now.
It's where his legacy is.
Right? That's his legacy right
That's
there.
his legacy.
He about to spread his legacy.
Yeah.
The tale of Long John Superman.
No, I was gonna say Superman across the chest and then legacy down here. Like fucking just straight up.
Loaded legacy.
That's truth, justice, and
legacy.
Motherfucker. Loaded legacy.
Yes, and then he dropped an M after. And,
Are we all thinking undies? Do you think it's gonna happen?
Yeah,
I think he's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Has
man.
to.
I don't.
It's so
I don't
hard
want
to
him to.
top what Harry.
I don't want them, but I think he's gonna do it.
I want them because it will be drastically different from what we had last time, and I just want something different. I don't want to because the comparisons are gonna be made, and the minute that you introduce the trunks, it's just gonna be okay. This is completely different. There's still gonna be those people that are gonna be like, well, the trunk without the trunks looks better, or the previous one was better. It doesn't matter. I just want something different.
Well, and I think also you look at it from this point, like the lesser of two evils, right? He can go with the trunks, or he can go without the trunks, right? To be more controversial, you go without the trunks. Well, guess what? They already did that.
I think going without the trunks is gonna be like. It's gonna be too close to the previous design,
and that's what I'm saying. So he's sitting there saying, "Well, we just had a Superman that didn't have trunks, and that was still controversial." Right. So I only really have this option of I got to go with the trunks, but how do I do that? Okay, fine, but I feel like I got to go that just because he couldn't get away with not going with the trunks because of Superman, unless he brought in the collar, which is Superman 52 type thing. But even then, it's still kind of like, well, okay, you're gonna give me a Wonder Woman type relationship. Who knows? I mean, you want to change it dramatically. Guess what? You go that route where it's like, oh, he doesn't have Lois Lane. He has Wonder Woman. That's completely different than what Man of Steel has been and what Superman has been in the 70s. You get what I mean? Like,
right.
But that also was controversial. You get what I mean?
I think it was Batman. I want him to do a Batman Begins. That the first they introduced the trunks, and then he has to change the suit for whatever reason, and that one is without the trunks. Like there's an evolution to it, I guess.
Right. And it'd be nice if he gets it and that's his suit, and then or maybe like he has it when he's younger or something. Maybe it's the blanket he's put in, whatever.
Yeah,
and then he gets it remade. Yeah, and then he gets it remade, and they don't have trunks. So literally, they have trunks and no trunks in the same fucking film.
I wanted to bring this up because you guys were talking about that earlier. The reason why his suit doesn't get ripped is because the skin, Superman's skin, anything that's close to his skin doesn't get hurt, doesn't get damaged. That's why his suit doesn't get damaged by bullets or anything else. It has to be like the
Aquaman trident.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's also kind of cool when it does happen. I don't know. I've always been a fan of like when superheroes get their suits like fucked up because obviously that's their protective whatever the hell. Obviously with Superman it's different. It's like he just wears it to that's just him, but it's not going to be making any difference because of But I know what you're saying, but at the same time, it's just like there's sometimes, I think we were just kind of bringing up the fact that it was groundbreaking when the death of Superman came out, and all of a sudden we're like, and I remember like a kid in my class when we were like talking about it and seeing that cover, like Superman doesn't bleed. Well, it's like when you see the cover and his suit's ripped and he's bleeding, it's like, holy shit. Yeah.
But that's just it though, too. It also took fucking 80 years for that shit to happen. You know what I mean? Like,
it
was a long.
I'm doing a Scott. I'm doing a Scott.
More like 50.
Yeah.
See,
I'm doing a Scott.
Whatever, dude. I'm not good at math, but you know what I mean, though. It's still that was a long time, right? And so, okay, well, if you're gonna give us a Superman story and if he's gonna have trunks, give us a reason why he has them. I don't give a fuck if he has them. Tell me why he has them. I don't fucking give a shit. If you give me a real legit reason, cool. I'll go with it, dude. I don't care.
See, that's
dude. You know what I mean?
I think that's what if Gunn brings them back, he's gonna have to explain why.
Yeah, because there's no I get why they're there as far as what they were there originally for, As of right now, it makes no fucking sense. There's no reason why that should be there. But you
So
give me a
why not?
reason?
Why not? Why they don't make any sense?
Well, because that's not how I get what you were going for with the whole wrestler, bodybuilder,
gladiator.
No, I get that, but
That was in the 30s,
I'm
in the
trying
30s
to
circuit.
understand why they if that was their culture, like the Kryptonian culture
in the 1900s. No.
No. I'm saying because the thing is that we had the suit because Zack Snyder explained the why. The S means hope, and the suit doesn't is wore as under armor, and that's why he wore. I get that, but what I'm saying is why is it that not having why having the on the rules will make a difference, or why he has to explain it?
That's my whole point, right? Zach explained it. That guess what? That's their Under Armour. Why would they be wearing underwear over their Under Armour? Doesn't make sense, right? I get that. So I was like, okay, it makes sense why he doesn't have fucking trunks. So give me that reason. Give me a reason why he has them over his trunk. I don't care why. Just give me a reason. Because in 1978,
I don't know. It's just like feels so trivial because it's like, why does Captain America has a star on his chest? When there's 52 stars, shouldn't he have like the whole flag on his chest?
The stars aren't underwear.
Yeah, no, I'm just being facetious about this. But the thing is, the truth, how many stars are on the flag?
Right, 50.
So why aren't there 50 stars on his chest? You see what I'm saying? Why is there only one? Can you tell me why it's only one? Are you only representing one state?
Hey, why are there 13 red stripes and why are there 13 white stripes?
There you go. That's what I'm saying. Like all that stuff is not explained. He just showed up with a suit.
Hey,
and nobody asked the question.
I understand. I completely agree with you. I am completely agree 100% with what you're saying. All I'm saying is, guess what? Bro, that look was designed not based off the American flag. I'm not talking about a Captain America. I'm talking about Superman.
Right.
Captain America doesn't wear fucking underwear, does he? Over his fucking pants.
I'm talking about a specific...
I know what we're talking about. Same thing with Batman. Why the fuck would Batman wear that? Well, guess what, dude? They were made literally in 38 and 39 when they were
Batman's too fucking cool for that
man was
now.
wearing that shit.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense now in 2023.
That's perfectly said. Like the evolution of the bat suit,
right?
Hasn't never been explained. Every single time it hasn't been explained why it looks different from the previous iteration. You know what I mean? Like
so we got him with trunks in the 70s. We got him with trunks without trunks in the mid 2000s.
The purple and yellow lining.
Hey, so bro, give me something. I don't know. Give me something different, man. Hey, give me pants. Fuck, if you're gonna make them red, fucking make them red pants or something.
Well,
I don't know.
He had pants in the last one.
Oh, did he? Well, no.
I'm more excited
all
about
red. Has he ever had red pants? Like, isn't that one of those the split ones? Right, when there was two of them, blue and red.
Red and purple.
Am I making that shit up?
What? I think you are. I think it's a
90s,
purple.
Didn't they split it? There was like two. There was one. There was a blue one and there was a red one. Superman. Enoch, back me up on this.
DJ N made a good point.
Was that right?
He made a good point. If Guns gets Superman's undies, then all the heroes will.
Yeah, that means Batman will have the undies back.
I know.
No.
It could be.
I'm more excited.
The only difference would be is that the fact that he's Kryptonian and they were giving it to him. That's the only deal. That's the only thing that you can get away with and saying, oh, well, that's the only reason.
That's what I was going to bring
They were
up.
sacred outward underwear.
It would have to be a Kryptonian thing to justify it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's what I was actually going to say. I was holding back on that. I got to pee.
But again, I mean, didn't they have red? Like there was a red suit. And then there was a blue suit in the
they split it.
White,
right? There's been a couple of stories like that, but they split him into two. Yeah, and he had a red suit and a blue suit, and then in the 90s they split him again, but he was energy, and there was a
the lightning one.
Yeah, I got those figures up there.
That's the only thing I could think. If you could do that. Where you don't have trunks, you have pants. I mean, it's going to look weird, right? Of course it is, because we're not used to it. But so would fucking trunks look weird. So it's like, well, if we're going to look weird, might as well fucking go all out. I mean,
July 1963.
I don't know. I mean, but
Superman 162, where they had the red suit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
there you go. July 1963.
So yeah, so
when we saw
dude, that's 30 years later. You know what I mean? So
I want him to give us something that make us go like, "What the fuck is that?"
Right, and he could, and he
even upset us.
That means no Trunks, and that means not no Trunks.
That means Tim Burton.
Right, that's exactly what I was just thinking.
I was just going to say,
just thinking
that Nicolas Cage when you say that.
Yeah. You better not have a cape, and he better not fly, and I better not see that S on anywhere.
What is the name of that producer who was
John Peters?
John Peters. That no job.
The fact that you knew what he was talking about, like
I was a big giant spider, and I don't want him to fly. Like, what the fuck?
That's Superman.
I mean,
he better not fly.
I'm more excited. I'm more excited to see the evolution of Robert Pattinson's Batsuit. Because in the second Batman,
yes, I hope
it should be, unless it picks up straight after, but it should be maybe a couple of years after. He's beyond second year as the Batman. There's got to be some technical evolution to his suit,
especially the cowl.
And a better cowl, yes.
A better cowl. That cowl's hard.
Nah.
See, I actually like the cowl.
I can't stand.
I like
No,
the
I
cowl.
hated that cowl.
You know what's worse than the cowl, though?
Darkseid's dick.
Yeah, that too. But you know what? What I had to say actually comes in just like that, because it's just like Batman going 100 miles per hour the wrong way.
Yeah.
That is what your significant other could do to you, just like in the Batman. But no, he's barreling through stuff. He's chasing stuff that he shouldn't even be chasing because it's not right for him to do this. Go and put everybody in peril and danger, and then blow up an entire semi, and then fly through it like he's a hero, only to land there.
It's a badass scene.
While people die, and he should be like accessory, at least to vehicular manslaughter, and because he destroyed the whole family, tried to bring everybody down.
Yeah.
But you know, hey, it's a great scene.
In the words of Zack Snyder, those guys were fine. Those guys. Yeah.
That's we were talking about the Batman, not BVS.
Yeah, but I'm just saying.
Well, metaphorically, I mean,
I'm just saying those guys are fine.
Yeah, you're right though. I love how like right after that he meets up with Gordon. Like all that didn't just happen.
Right.
Just gonna interrogate the Penguin. That's it.
Yeah. And the Penguin flips his car like over and over and over and over and lands upside down.
No, yeah,
we were in like a fender bender, man, where like I was slamming his, like I was bloody, I was falling out of the car and everything, and they just show Penguin like you said, like he's just standing there like, oh, well, I'll answer your questions, like whatever. No,
well, he was in a Maserati. Okay, let's put it that way. He was in a Maz. All right, they have different kind. They have 10 seat belts and fucking 10 airbags. So
again, it's just like again going back to that quote. It wasn't like it was supposed to be. As much as we're saying like, oh yeah, Matt Reeves was like grounding Batman. It's like, no, Christopher Nolan grounded Batman in reality. Reeves was like, let's bring in reality into Batman's world kind of thing. It's like there's still a lot of fantastical shit that happens in that movie.
That flight scene when he crashes on that.
Oh yeah, you're dead.
Brick wall.
You're fucking dead. You're done. You're done.
Yeah.
He didn't break a rib, a bone, or anything.
Yeah,
neck or something.
But you know what? Do you know why he didn't break a bone though?
Why?
Because it's Batman.
Exactly. There you go.
Exactly.
I mean, that's it.
It's a good reason. It really is a good reason. But
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. Maybe Gunn
he can stand right next to bombs going off and just fly across the room.
I still don't get why this whole fucking city is flooded and you're pushing everybody into a fucking confined and
so Batman can save them. So we're gonna have a big fight scene above everybody.
Let's go into this confined building where we could all drown in it.
People are dumb, dude. That's the thing.
People are dumb. They'll leave their family. They'll do stupid stuff.
Yeah. So
here we go.
I don't know that from personal experience, but I'm vicariously.
I didn't either. Somebody told me, little birdie. Turned out to be a complete whore.
Oh. We're talking about Ben, or
you know, I love it. I love it.
This segment's brought to you by the letter C.
You next Tuesday. We're gonna see you next Tuesday, folks.
Oh. Oh boy, yeah. Show me your hand again, Enosh. I'm sorry, I'm just kidding. No, it's just looking.
I don't have two more hands.
Yeah,
on the end.
I was looking for jewelry. Anyways, sorry. Anyways, it's probably a good way to end this stream right now. I think we're gonna 3 hours and 45
It's
minutes.
probably going to be used as evidence against me. Your Honor, I'd like to point out Exhibit A.
No. After this fucking at 3 hours 45 minutes, Honor, this is Exhibit Z.
This is where he makes reference once again to possible real life things that were happening, but were coded in messages, but we decoded them. And
So
he's
this
guilty.
is
Doesn't
Exhibit
matter
F.
that she completely left.
This is Exhibit F, where they gratuitously talk about Darkseid Dick.
Yes,
but they are also talking about. I'm just kidding.
C.
C is for cookie. That's
Did we
enough
talk
for
about
me.
Jonathan Majors?
Oh, we didn't really talk about that. No.
Okay.
Yeah, listen,
Well,
bro.
let's
hey,
jump into
if you're
that.
gonna get
There's a
dropped-
little bit
if
of
you're gonna get
controversy.
dropped though
That's
by
a
your
landmine.
fucking.
I mean, we could talk. I mean,
Hey, just real quick though, if you're gonna get dropped, because I don't know what the fuck. The fact that he got in trouble for whatever the fuck he did, cool. We don't know what happened. Sure,
exactly.
The fact that they decided, hey, no, but I'm gonna show you my text messages, and the woman is saying, hey, I'm sorry that whatever happened. Whatever. I forgot what she said. It did not make it look good. So I was
No,
like,
it didn't.
that made it actually worse.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Sure. I still don't know what happened though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened. Okay.
Hasn't he done it to multiple people? I thought I read something the other day where
multiple
have come out.
Yeah, this isn't the first time. Cool. This is the first time it's got public. But then for the fact that his fucking representation is like, nah, bro, we're out.
Yeah, that's a bad look.
Yeah, as soon as that happened, I went, oh shit, that shit's bad. The fact that he hasn't even gone to court yet, and they decided, no, we're gonna drop you, dude.
And he got dropped from projects too.
Yeah. That's
Well, the thing about the project is because they don't want to wait for things to
they
kind of
can't.
to blow
Yeah,
over or to
it makes
resolve
sense.
itself. Yeah, so it makes sense
And-
for them to cut ties.
But I even said like let's wait till the trial before, and I think that's what Marvel's doing. They're like, hey,
Marvel
let's
is
wait.
definitely playing the long game
guess
because
what,
they
though?
lost with James Gunn. They kind of pulled the trigger on that real quick and then had to recant it. The whole
Guess what?
thing.
Guess what? You remember who out of all this is the biggest thing that I've thought of, and I'm like, oh, it's been fucking crickets over there. Michael B. Jordan was one coming out saying him and what's his name were going to be like fucking whatever. They're gonna be making
BFFs.
all these movies, right? They're gonna be making all these movies and shit. That was his
Yeah.
plan. Dude, Michael B. Jordan has he has shut the fuck up about all this. He didn't say shit about it. Which to me, I feel like if Michael B. Jordan came out and was like, no, I stand behind Jonathan
Bro, no. Well, I can't. That's his money, man. Like if somebody says, "Hey,
what I'm saying, is that
well, Garza said this," like fuck Garza. I don't want my money to be hurt.
Right.
By your
I know.
fucking decision.
He said that they were going to be
You know what I mean? Like I don't.
Al Pacino. They were going to be the Al Pacino and Robert De Niro. The new
Right,
version. That's what they
right.
said. I can't remember.
Oh
who the
yeah,
interview
that's
was with.
right. They did say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, "Fuck, that's a massive statement to make." Good luck with that, but
yeah,
it's interesting.
But he has worked. He has worked so hard to maintain some level of steady a steady career. So he's not going to allow mayors come in and just like fucking blow. You know,
I get.
blow
Oh
shit
no,
up.
I completely understand why Michael B. Jordan is being quiet. What I'm saying though is that before all this shit, Michael B. Jordan was like, "No, this guy, me and him, we're gonna be making all these fucking movies." And all of a
So was
sudden, that shit came
Marvel.
out, and he was like,
"Yep, quiet.
Yep. Hey, bro,
I'm out.
3's done.
Fucking out.
I'm out." Like, hey,
And you better believe that he knows. I mean, obviously he knows everything about it. I mean, he probably knew right away. You know, it's like, yeah, it's an iffy situation because I mean, who knows what's going to happen when it comes to all this? And now we got multiple victims coming out, and it's like it just keeps on getting worse and worse and worse. And now it's like, okay, all right, but I'm still going, all right, hey, you know, it's innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
You know, and sadly nowadays it seems like it's guilty until proven innocent, which sucks. I hate that we live in that world now when it comes to social media, at least.
Yeah.
So hopefully, like, we'll see what happens. And if he ends up getting tried and guilty, fuck him.
Listen, though, you know, at the end of the day, right? Like, listen, man, I've been in relationships. I'm not in one right now, but I've been in relationships, and if regardless of whatever came out of this, if you're putting yourself in that situation, regardless of whatever, like, listen, man, I've been in arguments, I've been in fights. I have never, ever in my life been in the situation where cops were called because I was involved with something violent, regardless if it was me or them. You know what I mean? Like, so at the end of the day,
you don't date a lot of Latinas, do you? Or black women?
I mean, no, I don't. Yeah, I know. Which is a good thing. Which is case in point. I love Caucasian and redheads.
I got in calls just because I was breaking up.
Well, right, no, and that's my point, though, right? But you've also never had it to where on your record that the woman was fucking bruised or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, there's all these marks on them or something. I'm not saying that that's the case with Jonathan Majors. I'm just saying that I've never been in that situation because I've never allowed it to get to that point. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you have to know that as a man, regardless, dude, you cannot do that because it's not gonna happen. You're never gonna be defended. Like, dude, I was defending myself. I don't care if she was attacking you, cool, dude. You have fucking marks. She shouldn't have marks.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just the way I look.
You're reminding me of a Bill Burr joke that he said. He goes like, you never hit a woman. He goes, there's no reason to hit a woman. He goes, sure there is. You just don't do it.
Yeah, I know.
Plenty of reasons to do it.
There's plenty of reasons.
I know, exactly. Like,
that joke always like, it's hilarious because it's just like, yeah, it's like
I could think of a few reasons, but
absolutely,
I'll pass on this one. This one's too easy. Too easy.
And there
still didn't do it.
Like,
but
listen,
you just
exactly.
don't do it. That's the thing.
That's the whole point, right? Like, I'm not saying that they don't deserve it or any of that shit. I'm not even talking about that. I'm just saying that, guess what? I know that that's not a good look. That's not something you should do. And I'm not a fucking major like star or anything. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to do that. So if I was under the scrutiny of being a famous fucking movie star, dude, I'm not even attempting to fucking create that kind of a situation. I don't give a shit what it is. You know what I mean? Like,
listen, there are some females that they feel that they wasted their time when stuff is falling apart, and they are not all of them. Some of them tend to act erratic, and that includes calling the cops, acting violent, and even make up shit about you. So couple that with having your boyfriend being a superstar, it's even harder for that person to let go or see that this man is growing beyond or whatever it is that you thought that you have with that individual. So I do not know if any of those, like, if those things are true, then he's a piece of shit. But if they're not true, I think we should give him enough time for time to pass to see for the truth to come out, because it always does. The same thing happened with Ezra. I think the same thing is going to happen with him. The truth is going to come out, but we just don't know what that truth is. Mm-hmm. We don't know if it really happened or it didn't happen. But I know, from like, because every day is something new. Like today, there was something from what's the name of that website, that clickbaity website that they put no. I'm sorry.
We got this covered.
No, we got this covered. It's another one that they were showing that women.
Oh, One News, whatever the fuck. I don't know.
No, that they were throwing up. They were back at the party, drinking, and like one of them said that their arms were fucking broken or some shit like that, and they were like throwing shots with the same arm. I'm like, okay, so I do not want to dismiss what they said, but at the same time, like, okay, on the video, it doesn't look good on your part. So the truth is that we don't know what's really going on. But
right.
At the same time, it's like you said earlier, like when your management team, when everybody's dropping you, it's not a fucking good look at all.
It's not a good look. And at the end of the day, I also try not to give a fuck, because it's like, dude, I don't know. I don't know this shit. I'm not there. That's not me. It's not my life. I have no fucking at all weight in it, period. You know what I mean? Like, nothing I say is going to change the verdict, change the outcome, change anything. So it's like, well, why would I give a fuck? I don't care. It's not me. It's not my life. I'm not that person. Cool. Whatever. You know what I mean?
You're not that person till somebody says that you are otherwise.
Oh, you're absolutely right. Nobody would ever say that about me, so I'm okay with it. But like, you know what I mean? Like, like I could get it. I get that, because you're right. You're not until somebody tries to say it. But exactly. I've never been in that kind of situation where somebody could even be like, "No, that's happened." Like, you out of your fucking mind.
Yeah, like I said, you haven't dated a lot of Black or Latina women.
I know. Well, hey.
Yeah. I mean, I will say I had one girlfriend one time where I had to actually hold her down on the ground because she wanted to kick somebody else's ass. Yes. Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, Ben.
One slash tire.
One time I had to literally go like, stop, like, whoa. Yeah.
Now, I broke up with a girl, and she was stalking me, and I was walking with my kids back to my house, and I saw her slicing my tires and throwing a brick through my back window.
Dude, and this is back in the 40s, bro.
Well, I will say this. I'll go back even further, because when I was in 6th grade, I dated Joanna Aguilar, and I came up to her and my friend Laura in the library, and Laura had glasses, and back then, girls would they'd share their glasses back and forth, and so, but their faces for some reason they were talking really quiet, and I came up and I pushed their heads together, and their faces smushed together, and Joanna got really pissed, and she chased me up 3 flights of stairs in the school until she got to the top and beat the living crap out of me because I would not fight her back. And then I was huddled down like this, and I just kind of went like this, and it pushed her back, and she had the glasses on, and they flipped up over her head, and then she got even more pissed and came after me. And we didn't get in trouble because I was supposed to be the master of ceremonies for the 6th grade graduation or something like that night. And so my principal in 6th grade looked at me and said, well, dang it, we can't suspend Enosh, so you all have to work in the office for the next week during lunch. And yes, but she kicked my butt, so I think they start pretty young.
Of course, what happens? Oh man, we could talk.
But she
about
was beautiful.
She's so pretty. She's so pretty.
So pretty. But the pretty ones, sometimes they come and they go, they just split, and then you don't know where they're at. But sometimes you know where they're at.
Right? Sometimes you do. Sometimes you do.
Sometimes you do.
Yeah. I think we can go down a pretty big rabbit hole if we
we can
this one right here, but I think it's a good play. I always hey, we're gonna end it before. Now we talked about Jonathan Majors. Let's just wait and see what happens with the hearing.
Facts.
And
at the end of the day, dude, I'm not gonna watch anything that involves fucking Kang because I don't give a shit about
there you go.
Marvel.
MCU, so I'm cool.
Yeah. So there you go.
Fuck Marvel, DC all the way.
Well,
exactly.
I'm only joking. There's enough for everyone.
But that's going to be interesting to see if it does come out that he is guilty. It's all right, so now Kang's got to reform his face, and we just got to pretend. Well, the good thing is not many people saw Ant-Man.
Yeah, right.
I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, so I mean, it wasn't the best introduction to Kang, but so I think they can get away with Something. There you go.
That's Jonathan Mayer right now.
Yeah. So I mean, if it doesn't happen, they could just replace him with somebody. He was only in one movie that did not get watched. I mean, like it didn't flop, but it didn't, it underperformed.
Yeah.
So I think there's that level of it at least, and so
how much money did that movie make?
I'm not sure, but I think it made at least $500 million, right?
I would say I know it was in the 400 million range.
Yeah.
400.
Marvel movie.
It wasn't.
They were definitely hoping it was going to make like close to $1 billion. They probably were, banking on the fact that it's like, all right, we got the new big baddie that's going to be established right here. I don't know. That movie, it's like, man, I love Paul Rudd. I think that guy is just a fucking national treasure of a dude. That's a dude that will never get accused of anything for sure.
No.
Oh, but I have heard that. So
I think they're gonna lean heavily on Doctor Doom. That's why they introduced in the whole Fantastic Four family.
It's gonna be interesting to see what happens. Like if they, see, so that's another thing too. Is like, what if the whole Majors thing goes to shit? Do they just go, you know what? Fuck the whole King thing. We're not gonna do that anymore.
Yeah.
We're gonna go Doctor Doom. We're gonna just fucking, let's just bring in the Doctor Doom thing instead and rearrange everything and not. But at the same time, it's like, well, just recast, and because I'm kind of curious to see what they do with Kang. I don't know, we'll see. But so many things. But anyways, all right, let's end this right now. We're 4 hours in. It's about time. So I appreciate everybody who's joined. Of course, Scott, Casey, they were here too. Travis also. And thank you to the panel. Of course, we'll go around the horn. Garza, thank you for coming on, talking about your book. And
lovely to meet you, Garza.
Yeah. Go ahead, Garza.
Oh yeah, no. If you want to see or not see, but read about basically a book, Game of Thrones with lightsabers. It's what I wrote, Blood for Blood. That's really all how I could say it. I could just pitch it that way and just go, yeah, it's just because it is Game of Thrones in the sense that there's all these houses and there's these political stuff happening, and I just love the fact that I can dive into this world and not have to deal with preconceived notions of bullshit. That's all. But yeah, check it out. It's on Amazon if you want to see it. Blood for Blood. I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Always, man. You always got an invite. Anderson.
Yeah, I'm at Anderson Miller on Vero, and then Ion Stone Podcast on all the other social medias. So, Garza, I'm getting your book Monday, and then I'll put a review, let you know what I think.
Hey, man, I appreciate that.
Excited to read it.
If I could just get Ben to
actually,
I gotta do a review too.
Technically, I read the first book.
He has. So. I know. I'm just fucking. I love him.
You gave him trusted notes, right? No.
Yeah. I got like every.
Like I said, he called me at a certain point.
Chapter.
Yeah, that's good.
Every chapter I got. And it was fucking infuriating because like I would read a whole chapter and then he would call me back like, "Oh, dude, I changed the whole fucking chapter. Here you go." I was like, "Fuck."
I wasted that time.
Yeah. So
no, not really. It wasn't that bad, but
no, it wasn't.
I'm sure. No, that's part of the process, though. You got to trust somebody to look at it. You
let's put it this way, though. I did give it to him last year.
I gave you a hard time because like there are some things that I saw. When you take inspiration for certain things, and me as being an objective reader, I'm like, dude, that sounds too close to this thing here. Change it. So I always like that. Garza always like understood that, and like he made adjustments.
He took the note.
Not because I'm a better writer, because I was just reading it. Like, I think people are gonna perceive it this way.
Well, and he also he got the manuscript at a point where I wrote that in there because that's what I was going for, but I hadn't gone in and changed it to go, all right, this is what I want to say in this situation. If that makes sense.
No, but it's a good book. It's a good book. And I'm not saying that because it's my friend.
Yeah, it's not amateur. Let's put it that way. Maybe one thing, if I was like, I'm not going to say that I could I'm like a great writer or anything, but it's not a shitty. I don't write like a shitty person. Like I was a senior editor for a website for 4 years. You know what I mean? Like it's not. I know how to write. I feel like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever.
So you can find me every Thursday at 10 o'clock Eastern. You can catch me on every Thursday at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the Real Anarchy Live. That's pretty much it. And social media, acting a fool.
I like it. Damo.
Yeah, for all the DC stuff, go to dccomicsnews.com or follow us on dccomicsnews.com on Twitter. And Garza, I looked at your book before. I'm gonna buy your book, man.
Hey man, I appreciate that.
Have a read.
All right. And last,
real quick though, it's gonna turn into DC stuff too, like my shit is. But whatever. Go on, Enosh.
There you go.
And I'm Crazy Enosh, where everything must go. That's gotta go. That's gotta go. That's gotta go. We gotta clear all this stuff out before she comes back. So come on down where I've got this here Millennium Falcon, and I'll even throw in an Ezra Miller pop. Come on, you can't beat that. Come on,
the most inflatable thing.
Come get the Poindexter Lounge while it's still around. All right, Enosh, Poindexter Lounge.
Didn't you quit?
I did.
He didn't quit. He took a break.
I am on hiatus.
Okay, you took a sabbatical.
I am taking a sabbatical. That's a great way to put it. Yes.
Okay,
and,
that works.
Yep. And so, stay tuned.
All right.
A lot might be changing. A lot of branding might have to be changed. I don't know.
Good. That's good.
Yeah.
It's rewarding when you see your changes getting the attention that you want.
Not really the attention that I wanted there, Ben. But I'm going to be honest. I mean, like heartbreak and destruction everywhere is not really how you want to rebrand. But
hey,
out of the ashes.
Okay.
Out of the ashes.
Out of chaos, right? Big Bang Theory.
Yes. Yes. Out of the ashes.
Okay. All right. Thank you to the panel. Thank you to everybody who watched. Thank you to Scott. Thank you to KC. Thank you to Travis. And thank you to Garza, Anderson, Ben, Damo, and Mr. Enosh for joining tonight. Always a lot of fun. We will talk to you guys later.